Give her a pain, a heart, the piccolo and the king. Highfalutin past you, piccolo cute and highbrow. Highfalutin past you, piccolo cute and highbrow. Played a little old down, and her played a little old down, and her head went round and round. Whoa, she thought I was okay, but he stepped off that train with a heart, the piccolo and the king.
Hello everyone, how are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. I am dying. I am sweating through my makeup. My hair is literally moist with sweat, and I want to end everything. In Fortnite. I don't know. Look at how moist I am. I'm so moist! Alright, let's get to these things. Kirthan, thanks for subscribing. Kirthan, thanks for gifting a sub to Halloween Town. I appreciate that. RDK142 says, yay for Chud Watch. We cover Elliot Hulse. I want to say I'm out, but I'll stick around and just not like it. I don't think we're doing Elliot today, so good news for you. Asari Phoenix, thanks for the first chat. Blackwing Hecate says, so I got my prescription for hormones today. I probably will start either later this week or next week. Congratulations. I hope that goes well. Profane Priestess says, I know it's not really Chud Watch material, but would you mind talking about the Kiwi Farm situation? It's just really disgusting, and I don't know what else to do other than remind people with more influence than me to talk about it. It just has me really down and sick to my stomach. Sorry if it's inappropriate. Yeah, I don't know a ton about the situation. I know about the Kiwi Farms. There have been threads about me and Jake before. And sometimes I'll show up in either their, making fun of bread tube threads or, like, making fun of trans people threads. Why do I ever search that stuff out? I've not searched it out in a long time, and I try not to, but it's hard not to. You know, when you know people are talking about you. But anyway, the Kiwi Farms is basically a site where people go to, like, bully people and dox them. It's really fucked up. And one of the subjects of their, mocking, basically, I killed themselves, and they were celebrating it on the Kiwi Farms. It was really messed up. But that's the Kiwi Farms. They're disgusting. But what are you gonna do? Logarth, thanks for subscribing for 13 months. Red Werewolf, thanks for subscribing with Prime with a 2-month streak. It's 88 there. What is it here? Let me look. It is 84. I'm also fat, though, which does not help with my cooling systems. Winter O'Hare, thanks for subscribing for 14 months, says, hello, Hannah. It's been so long, burning up on my last day in Seattle before going back to the South. Love you and all you do. Well, thank you. Tuba Steve 42, thanks for subscribing with Prime for 6 months. We're on a hype train. We're at 29% to level 2. Blackwing Hecate says, choo choo. Zozo Horror Show says, I restarted HRT yesterday after many years, so I anxiously await the mood swings again. Well, welcome back. I don't know why you had to stop for whatever reason, but I'm glad you're back on them, considering that's what you want, I guess. Kiwi Farms is full of mentally ill Nazis. Avoid if you don't want to lose faith in humans. Some of them are definitely Nazis. Others are just outright, like, weird nihilists. It's very strange. It's very, very strange. Weirdly, I've also been mentioned favorably on the Kiwi Farms a couple times for my covering of, like, Jeremy, because they also make fun of Jeremy. If not favorably, then at least neutrally. I saw one thread where, because was reading a thread on Jeremy because I got a clip from there where he was saying some racist stuff, which I showed on stream at some point. And someone mentioned me talking about Jeremy. It was very surreal. 0M80, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Genuinely, something weird about being online, and I think a lot of people online who are at my level or higher, which isn't that high, but nonetheless, you know, we're known even in niche circles, at least in niche circles is what I mean. Every once in a while, you'll just be browsing the internet, and you'll come across a thread that mentions you, and it's so weird. Robert Morley, thank you for the 50,000 bits. Says, always a better day when Hannah is streaming. Your Hype Train bit sugar daddy is here. Well, thank you. You got us to 61% of the Hype Train. Now it's 77. Tentacly Alien Man, thanks for subscribing for 11 months. Baja redeems a hydrate, and I probably need to check my Twitter DMs. Okay, no Twitter DM. Bellum Guardian with 750 bits says, I'm doing my part. Starship Troopers. Good movie. That brings us to level 5 Hype Train. We did it. Hooray. Tentacly Alien Man, thank you for gifting a sub to the community. Morak with 1,000 bits says, my cat girl sniper now has 3 robot companions. The debate is, do I go all in and get 2 more? Please do. Yes. The answer is always yes. RTK says, would you like to know more? How many, like, outright fascists or, like, neo-Nazi alt-right types, how many of them do you think watch Starship Troopers unironically and, like, not as satire? Like, how many, like, does John Doyle sit down and watch Starship Troopers and go, yeah, this is awesome, I wish the world was like this? Mike Max says, this is what Peter thinks is happening. Have you seen Halloween Kill? Hype. Also, the Chuds are mad over variant cover that shows Miles Morales in a Captain America themed suit, and us played as a tribute to Miles' Puerto Rican heritage, but the Chud only see Black Captain America. That's weird because there already has been and is a Black Captain America, so it's so stupid. Oh god, why? Sargon literally did and made a video about it? Oh, Jesus Christ, Sargon, you stupid asshole. Rublum with 245 bits says, Ralph Wiggum's voice, I'm helping! Red Werewolf with 30 bits says, I walked to the store in the heat this morning for popsicles and stuff, only to realize I forgot my wallet and had to leave empty-handed. Rip. That sucks. I've done that before. It was years ago at a Walmart. So let's see what we're taking a look at today. 2 minutes left in the Hype Train. We're already at 164% of level 5. Sushi Mom says it's hell and posts a link. Oh god. Oh no, I'm sorry. 110. 1 second. Gotta check something. Genghis Kanye says, hey Hannah, kinda random, but I just finished the queue Into the Storm and thought it was really great. Was wondering your thoughts on it. I'm completely convinced it's Ron Watkins now. Shockingly, despite the fact that I'm super into the QAnon conspiracy stuff as an outsider just because I find its adherents fascinating, I haven't actually finished it yet. I know, I need to go watch it. I need to finish it. It just gets stressful to me to know that such an idiot like Ron Watkins has sway over millions of people. It's like a nihilistic nightmare. Kirthan says, recently a kid came up to my fiance and me and asked what our pronouns are, very respectfully. I think Gen Z is gonna be alright. I hope so. Bear in mind, John Doyle is also Gen Z. Sonar Guy, thanks for resubscribing for 5 months. NetCirc, thanks for gifting a sub. 200 18% of the level 5 hype train. Mike Mack says, it's hot as balls in New York. Dames these companies and Republicans denying global warming and climate change. It's going to get harder and harder for them to do it every year. CBCB Mad, thanks for subscribing for 3 months, says, first trimester, pretty smooth so far. Got my Johnson & Johnson vaccine today. Good for you. RTK142 says, Doyle probably loves that shit. Seriously, it's my prime example of how we glorify our soldiers. Service guarantees citizenship. You aren't automatically better just because you've served, and you're not horrible if you haven't. Some former military are horrible people. Some are great. Same for those who haven't served, yeah. Princess Amelia says, meanwhile, here in England, it's all of 55 Fahrenheit, but I could go all the way up to 68 tomorrow. I guess I need to move to, well, no, okay, Brexit, I'm good. I don't need to, I don't need to be in the UK for that. Okay, so back to what we're doing today. Bass FCZ has a video about dating coaches. Sandman has a video about someone's company, quote, going woke. Terrence Pop has a video entitled, The Communist Purge Has Begun. So we'll find out what paranoid fantasies he's having. The Zozo Horror Show says, speaking of Q, they have a new martyr. They're claiming McAfee was murdered and that the building collapse in Florida was orchestrated because that's where he kept the data center of high-level pedos. We might talk about that tomorrow on Tinfoil Tuesday. There's a new Snortlings Hollow video, which means our new friend Flimsy Flume, who's in town. We're gonna go ahead and talk to her, so it's gonna be wonderful, okay? Some of you have already met Flimsy Flume briefly in our previous streams. Officer Tatum talking about Chauvin getting sentenced to 22.5 years. Did I see this hot mess from Call? Hold on, let me look. You need to see this. Just went from sick to sicker. Hell on Earth in 2021. What's this about? Okay, so it's about the weird dating show, which people are calling a furry dating show, but so far I haven't seen any furries that actually think this looks good. So if they're trying to pander to furries, they're doing a bad job. And then there's the really bad-looking Q-Force cartoon on Netflix. We'll probably watch this video tomorrow.
This is...
I'm not a furry, but I feel like they completely missed the mark if they were trying to market to furries. Because furries, this falls into a weird uncanny valley, right? It's not cute. It's too realistic to be cute. And it's too animally to be, or it's too anthropomorphized to be realistic. I don't know. It horrifies me, but I'm gonna watch at least one episode of this show just for the cringe factor. So, I guess they won. Logarth says, "What do you call getting a 22.5 years for murdering someone? A good start." Anyway, we'll save this for tomorrow. Is this on his... Yeah, it's on his red channel? Okay.
If you've...
Wait, how long ago did he upload this? I don't see it. June 24th. So 4 days ago? There we go. Okay. Bryson Gray's been banned from Spotify, SoundCloud, and Bandcamp. So I think he's probably mad about that. We might watch this video of him bitching because his transphobic raps are getting removed. Maybe some right-wing watch. Undead Chronic says, MGTOW is wrong about marriage. He's another weird Chud. He used to be MGTOW, but now he's just an unaffiliated Chud who also makes fun of MGTOW. Quartering has a video about Marvel's feminist agenda exposed. And that's about it. So we'll take a look at that in just a second. Sorry, I'm arguing on Twitter with people who think... So for those who don't know, China... So for those who don't know, China landed a rover on Mars recently, and right-wingers are mad about it, and they're, like, in complete denial. So I'm arguing with someone who... They believe in space, and they believe in the moon landing, and they believe America's, you know, landed stuff on Mars, but they don't believe China can. So I'm arguing with China rover denialists. RTK says Flying Spaghetti Monster, of course, Jeremy is going to bitch about spoilers for Loki. I think at the time he posted that video, the episode 3 hadn't come out yet, so... Cryptid Deity, thanks for gifting a sub to Daddy Sume. So what are we gonna do first? Do you guys want some MGTOW stuff? Do you want Terrence Pop? Do you want Snortlings Hollow? What sounds good? Logarth says, China can't have a space program. They're on the wrong side of the flat earth. Let's see, we got Pop, Bass, MGTOW, Snortling, Terrence. Oh, God. MGTOW, Snortling. We're getting a lot of MGTOW. I'm going to go with MGTOW first. So, Bass FZZ, MGTOW, Red Pill Extraordinaire. We've covered him before. He has, how do I put this? In previous videos, he defended a murderer who broke into a woman's house after stalking her and murdered her, and his defense was he bested her in Mortal Kombat, and she should have had a husband to protect her. So this guy's a dirtbag, if you don't know. Let's take a look at what he has to say today.
If you need a bloody dating coach, my friend...
Oh, and he does this weird thing where he just slips into a bad British accent every once in a while, and I don't know why he does it.
It's over. You've already failed before it's even begun. I don't even understand why you would even believe that it would make sense for you to spend hundreds upon thousands of dollars learning from a group of men on how to speak to women. Truth of the matter is, if you just...
Is he just doing the fake accent all the time now? That'd be hilarious.
Actually go out and talk to bloody women, you'll begin to start picking up all of the information you would have obtained without spending hundreds upon thousands of dollars on different courses and whatnot.
I would honestly tend to agree. I don't think if you have issues finding dates, I don't think a dating coach is necessarily going to help you. Any advice you could get, you could probably just get online, like, hey, join clubs. You know, basically, anything you would do to normally make friends also would help you find potential love interests, right? Personally, I think it's best to not go searching in that way. I think as long as you're interacting with other people, eventually you'll probably come across someone who you have a romantic interest in and they have a romantic interest in, provided you're not a dirtbag. But it mostly just has to do with putting yourself out there and interacting with other people, whether that's through clubs, through like something like a D&D group. Although I don't recommend like hitting on people in your D&D group. I'm just saying if you're in different communities, you'll have a higher chance to meet someone in those communities. So, stuff like that. If you go out to bars or clubs or whatever, that's not my scene, but people do, and people meet people there. There are all sorts of dating apps. Outside of that, it's just like a social anxiety thing. And I know I say that like it's just a social anxiety thing. I know social anxiety can be crippling to people. I have, and you might be surprised by this considering how loud I am on stream and stuff, but I'm socially anxious too. I'm not very good around other people that I haven't met before, so I get that. It's something to overcome, but if you can overcome that, you have a good chance of, making connections with people, even if they're not romantic. Just having platonic friends is great. So I don't think a dating coach is probably worth your money, but it's your money. Profane Priestess says, this is a shitty British accent I use in my D&D game for a shitty villain.
Which kind of bothers me greatly that this is even like a market, right? Because it's oftentimes a market that exists with one real goal. And that goal is never how do you form a relationship with a woman of which to facilitate like a family and obtain some kind of like higher purpose or meaning to life. It's just kind of just how do you put your dick inside of them. I'm going to be really honest with you, fam. It's really not rocket science. There's really not like a lot to like. There's not much like social dynamic. There's a lot of nonsense and fluff to like dating coaches and pickup artistry. And it's not even to say that some of the stuff isn't work or some of the stuff isn't good information. It's just that when you really think about it, there's a fundamental flaw and issue with it. I say fundamental. There's lots, but I kind of wanted to really kind of go over this stuff, right? Because the idea that we need dating coaches and that we need to teach young men mostly how to court women or how to date women kind of treats women as if they're a thing outside of like being human. And
Bass, you do that constantly. It's like the theme song of your channel is women aren't people, they exist for me to fuck. Women aren't people, I don't respect them. Like that might as like Bass, what? You literally defended a murderer once, saying a woman should have had a husband to defend her if she didn't want to get murdered. And you're out here pretending that you give a shit about people treating women like people? What the fuck? Argonian Bum, thanks for subscribing for 11 months, says, you know what, guys? At least he finally decided to stop sitting on the floor and sat in a chair to do this video.
in the manosphere, there isn't much talk on like the humanity of women, right? A lot of people, which I find to be interesting, mostly because obviously I'm me and I know my thoughts, but it is interesting to me that a lot of people, detractors, are upset with me because I woman bash or I look like a misogynist or whatnot. But
you don't look like a What do you mean? What does look like a What does look like a misogynist even mean? You don't look like a misogynist. You are a misogynist based on the things you say. I've said this before. Bass is like, I think if he like groomed himself, a little better, maybe. This is just a personal opinion. I'm not saying he's ugly or anything. I just think the scraggly beard is a bit much. But that's my personal taste. He could be a decent looking dude, but instead he just kind of and he wears the same dirty t-shirts like every single day. I do the same, but I'm also in a relationship, so I guess I have a good enough personality. I don't understand how he sees himself. Mike Max says, for Bass, tell me you're single without telling me you're single. Cold Stare, thanks for subscribing with Prime for 14 months. And Puka says, has Bass actually ever talked to a woman? I don't think he has.
But the truth of the matter is, I actually greatly prefer the company of women. I actually really like women. I like women more than I like men, and I like hanging out with guys, but like, there's something about women. Anyhow, I'm not gonna go. I like women, okay? And obviously, I understand that. Look, this is gonna sound like simping, but I think the only reason why it's gonna sound a lot like simping is because a lot of people have become way too atomized and have lost focus on what you probably should honestly be upset about, what you should honestly be mad about. And a lot of people focus a lot of time with like being upset with like women for being what they are, despite the fact that there's a lot of guys who say, no, it's just female nature. You can't be mad, you can't hate them, but it's like, okay, that whole female nature thing only really goes so far, considering the environment of which the individual would have evolved in. It can only go so far.
Going on about at this point, it's just nonsense word salad. Normally he at least has his thoughts more collected for these videos, but this is just like rambly nonsense.
I say it's female nature when you really start breaking it down and analyzing it, which I'll have to do at some point in time. But, you know, again, as much as people constantly say they're not, you know, angry at women, they're not mad at women for just being what they are, there's a clear and obvious disdain for what women are, especially when you listen to dating coaches, when you look at like the Fresh and Fit podcast, when you look at Donovan Sharps of the world, when you look at was it John Lifestyle, some other guy I saw who, interestingly enough, seems to find himself having beef with other dating coaches, and you go figure. When you look at that analyzation, right, you know, there's a lot of like dehumanization of women and not kind of really treating them of like what they are.
Again, this is a man who is in the Chud Watch Hall of Shame. Hold on, let me pull it up. This is a man who is in the Hall of Shame for defending a murderer. I have to change the name on that. But you get it. He's one of the 3 videos in the Hall of Shame for defending a murderer because a woman didn't have a husband to protect her.
And what they are is just people. They're just, you know, there's a lot of like trying to
I think he was the first inductee to the Hall of Shame. What is this sudden flip? Is he trying to be less of a dick? If so, that's great. I'd be happy for him, but I'm suspicious.
Mechanize women and like find patterns and mythologies behind their thoughts, actions, and behaviors, and I kind of do this with everyone and everything, right? I treat every person like a little puzzle that I'm trying to like figure out and make sense of.
That's weird.
Which can be fairly annoying, I know. It's a weakness of mine, but it's also a strength. But the point is, you know, there's a lot of like mythologizing about women and with the dating coaches that kind of take the guys who are learning from it kind of outside of like the ultimate purpose or goal of which we should be trying to obtain. And the ultimate purpose, the ultimate need or desire to want to invest in a woman is to return that investment with a family, right?
Pyromancer says, God, aren't I so smart?
But of course,
here's where we're getting into... Okay, this is getting closer to the Bass we know and hate.
That's not really what people want, because when you really think about it, right? To defend my conclusion as to why
I wish dating coaches wouldn't treat women like they aren't people. Also, women are investments that you put time into and babies come out.
Why the ultimate investment of like a woman would be a family is because outside of that relationship, outside of a sexual inclusion in your relationship with a woman, what are you left with in the grand pursuit?
A relationship with a partner you love? What? Boy, I wish dating coaches would treat women like people. Also, if I'm not gonna fuck this lady, what's even the point? Kirthan says, I keep trying to type a response to this guy, but he says something even more disgusting and I have to start over again. Princess Amelia says, forget Bitcoin, get into the hot new investment, women. What's on my shirt? This is Kelly Kapowski from Saved by the Bell.
Nothing. The grand pursuit without that return of like having her be with you and having her support you and then having her have children that you then raise and impart your abilities and skills to and that you help, give a good life to, outside of like that, a woman cannot give you.
Hold on, I gotta answer a message. This will be thrilling to rewatch on YouTube with this pause. Sorry, it's a long message I have to respond to. Jesus Christ.
Anything. I mean, except her,
RTK says, more reasons I'm glad I'm a lesbian.
her wop, her tight wop. Anything. I mean, except her, her wop, her tight wop.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
But honestly, a tight wop can really only go so far.
Again, he's mad dating coaches are treating women like they aren't people. But remember, your only value as a woman is in your ability to pleasure your man sexually.
Especially if you treat the tight wop like it's meaningless, which again, a lot of the dating coaches project this idea that we need to have an abundance mindset. We need to date lots of women so we don't feel attached to them, so we don't feel like there's a lot of value in each of them and it's easy for us to move on and date and go to the next woman. But of course, if that be the case, if it is so meaningless, if none of these relationships matter, why do we struggle and fight so hard to obtain something that means nothing? What is this? Is this Nier Automata? Huh? Is this what we're doing? We're just a bunch of robots fighting other robots for no reason? Did I spoil that game for you guys? Shit, I'm not even sure if you guys would get that reference now that I think about it. I digress. The point is, if the ultimate goal or desire of dating coaches is teaching young men how to have sex with women just for the sake of like having sex with them, then it's an ultimately meaningless pursuit that cannot mean anything to the individual himself because he's supposed to obtain an abundance mindset that makes it so that he doesn't care about the individual women that he's trying to court. And hopefully you guys can see the feedback cycle here that I'm trying to articulate, right? But of course, again, the relationship between males and females is a very strong and very powerful one because it is the creation of people. We are talking about making people. And it's not even a particularly like religious idea. It's just a natural fact or consequence of existence. I can't control. Even if there be no creator of the universe, the long and short of it is
he talking about God now?
Sperm plus egg equal people.
Why is he so fixated on reproduction specifically? I don't understand. Pyromancer says, what weird room is this that has the fuse box in it? I don't know. It's probably an apartment. Apartments sometimes have fuse boxes in kind of weird places.
It's how it be. But the thing about being a human is we require so much, right? We're not, lizards that just hatch and then we just are like, okay, let me just go squiggle around, in the bush over here. We need love, we need care, we need affection, we need instruction, we need challenge, we need adversity. Our souls have to be tempered by reality, by the things that are happening to us. There's so much to our existence as human beings that cannot simply be boiled down to, pump a good 145 times,
What? What the fuck?
release, and then never talk to that woman again. There's more to our desires and needs as human beings that are not being addressed or can't be addressed by what the so-called dating coaches are giving out to a lot of these young men. There's lots of different elements about dating coaching that need to be criticized and analyzed, and in this video I'm mostly kind of looking at like the motivations behind it and how the methodology or like the treatment of women is a little mishandled and a little stupid, like a little goofy and silly, and that just kind of just trying to have sex with them and just trying to like rotate them out and treating them like they're like objects. Like,
You're treating them like they're objects. You're treating them like breeding incubation chambers whose only role is to accept your seed and give you a family, you weirdo. You're both objectifying them in completely different ways. Lord Necro Jay-Z says he's obsessed with reproduction because he's an alpha. He's carrying that primo baby batter.
legitimate objectification of women,
I don't like the term baby batter.
is not a healthy mindset for any of us. Now, and again, it's not lost on me. What a lot of people kind of like to do these type of conversations, these accusations, is they get defensive. They get angry. They get bothered by the fact that you say that you're objectifying these women and whatnot. And it's like, listen, I'm not saying that women don't need to be criticized. I've literally years of videos on my channel criticizing women. What I am saying is that you cannot become the very thing you want to destroy. And
Does he want to destroy women?
that's what dating coaching has evolved into. It has evolved into trying to get men to treat women the way a lot of women treat men. The irony being is that men don't like the way that women are treating them. Okay, let me explain. Let's take into consideration what is the basic obvious core tenet of what a lot of dating coaches and pickup artistry is. You can kind of boil it down to about two basic points. Everything can kind of be summarized.
I guess it probably depends. I imagine there are dating coaches that probably are about like finding a long-term relationship, but there are also pickup artists, air quote, or people in what they call the seduction community, who are just creepy people who want to teach you how to harass women in order to sleep with you. I imagine these are two different things.
Into these two main ideas. One, you have to be physically attractive, if not physically presentable. And two, you have to play a whole bunch of different scarcity mind games to make the woman think that you're more important than what you actually are.
Why does he think all interactions between men and women with the potential for some sort of romantic entanglement involve manipulation? What the fuck? Morak says, this man annoys me. As a woman who can't get preggers, I guess I have no value. That idea does wonders for my dysphoria. Sorry, he's a dick.
It's all it kind of boils down to. There's no more, work out, get nice clothes, get a good job, get lots of status. It all comes down to just physically be attractive. There you go. All of the mind games that are all of the scarcity nonsense that is all accrued throughout all of dating coaching all boils down to one simple thing. You just have to make the woman think that you're special, so it makes her feel special to be around you. And you can obtain this in lots of different ways. All the negging nonsense that you do. Again, juxtaposing your large amounts of status against her lack of status is another way. There's lots of different ways psychologically that you can go into it, but that's kind of what it just boils down to, just the long and short of it.
RTK says for starters, he says these things like they're easy to do.
Of course, you can analyze different methods, but again, it all boils down to that one thing. Now, one of the kind of greater, I guess you could say, issues with these two elements is that's how women treat men.
Oh, here we go. All women are the same person. Zathura6 says, does he think that love is a manipulation that is just doesn't exist? Yeah, I don't know.
You probably okay. Fine. Women are incredibly shallow.
Oh no.
Why? It'll take a little bit of a moment for me to crack that case, but the long and short of it is women are incredibly shallow. An overimportance on your physical looks, an overimportance on the value of being physically attractive is a very, very feminine trait. Now,
the idea that men don't hyper-focus on the physical attractiveness of women and use that as some sort of metric of their value in society is ridiculous. That's like a systemic issue that we still haven't overcome as a society. So the idea that you're mad at women for being conscious of the idea that they want to look nice because society tends to look down on women unfairly that don't look the way society deems that they should look. Like, you've completely missed the point. You've missed it. You've entirely whiffed this point. Puka says women operate like a hive mind. Fact.
And we kind of could see this throughout, just the general course of history. Males have not been the ones throughout history that really cared. Oh, European males are a little different. But most males aren't really the ones who need large amounts of endowments unless it's mostly to, represent some kind of ideal of, skill or ability or, like battle rank or something like that. The idea of being aesthetically pleasing to look at is mostly a feminine ideal and something women are.
Who do you think they're Flames on the side of my face. RTK says, Hannah, why you gotta be telling people we are the Borg? I know, I'm sorry. I'm really bad at keeping secrets, guys. Andrew Batella says, wait, so did Hannah join the hive mind when she started transitioning? How's that work? It's a very gradual process. I'm only 75% in so far. It's pretty good.
Are mostly ascribing to have. Now, of course, you can go look into, Greek and Roman culture and all of that, but, that's not, that's not all of human history. Usually, at least last 100, 500 years or so, needing to look beautiful to attract mates, that's mostly what women have been doing. Women...
Okay, but they're doing it because that's expected from men! What? And first of all, I just gotta say, wearing makeup and looking nice isn't necessarily for men in the first place. You can just want to look nice because you want to look nice. Like a guy wearing a well-tailored suit or something isn't necessarily him trying to attract women. It's just he wants to look nice for some event or something. Or if he's going to work, he wants to look professional. Culturally, looking professional for women tends to involve at least natural makeup. Maybe some lipstick or something like a neutral or something not super loud in terms of tone, and then wearing something nice, that's considered professional. That's not to attract mates. It's just society deems that this is what it means to look nice as a woman. Bitter Grin says, so do human women and reptoid women share the same hive mind? No, they're actually completely different. I'm connected to both, though. One of them thinks about eating flies a lot, and you'd be surprised which one. Blackwing Hecty says, husbands should be like Kleenex, strong, flexible, and disposable. Another Clue fan. Nice.
Need to look good to get males to come approach them, to care about them, and to invest in them. Now, there's been a flip-flop. There's been a neater desire, thanks to feminism, into trying to make women at act like men. And in this element here, in this element of like needing males to be super attractive or beautiful or presentable, is mostly women striving to act more masculine, right? Because again, men care about the way women look. Men are mostly, I wouldn't even say mostly, but a lot of the things that attract men to begin to care about investing into women is the way they look physically. And women, on the other hand, have, throughout most of human history, never really needed or had much regard for this for an obvious reason.
Okay, I'm over this fuck. I don't need to hear him opine about this shit for another 15 minutes. RTK says, as a Romulan, I don't get access to the Reptoid one. That's a shame. So like I said, MAGA rapper Bryson Gray has been banned from Spotify, SoundCloud, and after this live stream came out, I believe he was banned from Bandcamp. Bandcamp? More like Bandcamp. Someone tweeted that at me. It's funny. So here he is, bitching about him getting pulled for being transphobic and homophobic and spreading election fraud, conspiracy theories, and stuff like that. I assume he's going to be salty.
This has been a crazy week, to say the least. What up? I'm going to let a few more people get in here before I start this off.
It's a little quiet. Wonder if he boosts that.
Right now, so hold on. $100, yo. So, let me explain to y'all how this happened and how crazy this week has been, right?
Hydrate.
I had a TikTok that went mega viral on TikTok, and it was quite funny, by the way.
I've seen some of the TikToks that he's had banned. They're just transphobic. It's just him being transphobic or homophobic. That's the entirety of his tweets or TikToks, and he thinks they're hilarious, even though they're the same, transphobic, homophobic jokes that people have been telling for years. Pyromancer says, mega viral, 1,000 people saw it.
LGBT conservatives decided to go on this stop begging to take a red pill to $20. Thank you. Enjoyed hearing you and Tatum talk about things. Always thought-provoking. Keep it up. God will honor your continued hard work and faithfulness. And a lot of people are asking me why is the B Tatum conversation with him is taken off his YouTube. I'm gonna get to that also when I talk about this. But so a bunch of LGBT conservatives and people that are pro-LGBT, a whole bunch of fake Christians and things like that.
Again, he thinks anyone who's a Christian who doesn't hate or doesn't want to ban homosexuality, trans people, etc., those are fake Christians. The only real Christians are homophobes. RTK says, I'm sorry, but him cleaning his throat like that so frequently is annoying as frack. I'm sorry, I can't control his throat.
They went on this cancel Bryson spree on TikTok. By the way, this spree is still going on. Not as much as it was in the beginning of the week. But there's a lot of, people on TikTok who are usually gay or support gay people. Or
Gee, I wonder why he's getting banned everywhere.
probably in a closet.
If you support LGBT people as an ally, clearly you're secretly in the closet. Bryson Gray, 2021.
They've been trying to get me attacked all week. So, a lot of people have been talking about me on TikTok all week. Next thing I know, I wake up and Safe Space is banned on Spotify.
Safe Space is the song that got banned.
By the way,
Do we want to go listen to the song to see why it got banned, by the way? I believe he uploaded it. Gee, I wonder why this got banned. Let's find out, shall we? Oh, loud. Sorry. His shirt says, "Thank a straight person today for your existence."
Ay, they might ban me for this song, ay, but this is how I'm rocking. Can't be trans cause it ain't real. They need a mental asylum.
Quote, "Can't be trans cause it ain't real. They need a mental asylum." We're in the first 9 seconds. Do you think there might be a reason that he's getting banned from these platforms?
Say the truth, they look at me like I'm the one with the problem, but they mess with little kids. That's why pedophilia rising, but that's what happens when you give an inch to the gays, promoting sin instead of telling them they should change the ways.
Again, transphobia and homophobia in the first 22 seconds.
They make you wear a mask, you can apply that, remind me of slaves. Got my order wrong at McDonald's, thinking you need a raise. I'm about to break the meter.
Baha says, "Or I can thank my gay as fuck grandfather for my existence." True.
Two-way got my heat up. Hey, I don't wear Nike, I only rock Adidas. Hey, I'm in the street, yeah, and mostly y'all just tweet us. Hey, and false teachers, so Bryson got a teal. If a man dressed like a...
I think this is the lowest, like, quality video he's put out, because he's put out music videos that look like there was at least a little bit of production value. This one's literally just him, like, hanging out in the street with his friend. I don't know.
Woman, then it should be a crime. If you impersonate a cop, then they gon' give you some time. Say you a queen, but all you do is twerk and show your behind. And people think you a 10, but you ain't worth a dime. You scared of COVID, but you around like 400 pounds. Take that mask off and eat fried chicken so you look like a clown. If this offensive, I don't care, cause I'm just making my rounds. And if you voted Joe, you a coon. I love how that sound.
Ah, gee, I wonder why he got banned. Now we're doing racial slurs. Fun.
Hey, mask off. I promise they don't help. If I saw my son in the dress, then I'll go and get my belt.
Oh, Jesus Christ! If I found my son in a dress, I would beat him. Wow, why is my song getting banned? What an idiot!
In the mirror and tell me what you think about yourself. You need a safe space. Sorry, I don't care about what you feel. I'm about to break the meter. Two-way got my heat up. Hey, I don't wear Nike, I only rock Adidas. Hey, I'm in the street. Yeah.
I'm sure Adidas is very glad that he mentions them in a favorable light in this video.
And mostly y'all just tweet us. Hey, and false teachers, so Bryson got a teal.
They would ban me if I tweeted everything in this verse, but I would
Probably.
get a Grammy if I wore a dress in a purse.
I don't think you're good enough to win a Grammy. Sorry. You can wear a purse and a dress if you want, though. It's fine. Profane Priestess says, "Trans people exist throughout human history across every culture in defiance of modern gender binary." Bryson, nuh-uh, it's icky.
They want every black man to be like...
He knows what Jesus wore counts as a dress. No, to him that's not that, okay? Cultural norms on dress are always exactly the same, okay? We have a gender binary here, folks. It's very stringent. Bryson says so.
Like Don Lemon, it hurts. They only love us when we Mike Brown, dead in the dirt. If you like BLM and you watch CNN and you brain dead, probably...
They're so obsessed with CNN. Every time now that I get in any discussion with anyone on the right, they're always like, "Shh, I bet you watch CNN." Like, no, I don't. I don't watch CNN. I think the last time I watched CNN was like I was in a hotel in Texas. I was going on a podcast with Jake, Arian Foster's podcast, and it was on in the lobby of the hotel we were staying in, and it was during the first... Gosh, was it during the first impeachment? I don't remember. Gigasam says, the banal location for this video tells me everything I need to know about the song. E-Tune says, didn't Adidas post an implied lesbian kiss once? I'm actually not sure. And Bellum Guardian says, when will rightoids figure out that nobody watches cable news? I know, right?
Wear a mask in the bed while you laying there with a Fauci finger in your rear and a blank stare. Cause you done went along with this hair, and now you done cause all these dang problems in here.
Hats off. Okay, I gotta pick a hat. Let's try the witch hat. Which hat? This hat. I feel like I've made that joke before. Garo the Khajiit says, I accidentally broke the stylus for my Cintiq. Don't know what that is. Like 30 minutes ago and had to order a replacement from Amazon, and this song is still the worst thing that happened to me today. Mike Mack says, if more Christians than this, I'm more Christian than this guy, and I'm a Catholic who cares for everyone, as the good book says, though I don't follow all the rules. But for me, being a good and nice person and treating everyone equally is what matters. Also, I heard better rap from street performers.
They don't play fair, stealing the election and selling children on Wayfair. Opening the borders, they bringing drugs and they rapes here.
Oh no, do they believe in the Wayfair thing? Oh, they're stupider than I thought. That's a shame.
Multiculturalism is about as strong as a daycare.
Two black guys in America saying multiculturalism is bad is one of the funniest things I've seen in 2021. What's Wayfair? Oh, God. So, Wayfair is an online retailer that sells furniture. They sell quite expensive furniture sometimes. Let's look at a cabinet. I don't know. Because the issue was cabinets. So they were selling, they sell very expensive cabinets, at the higher end. Some of these, like the highest is $9,000 here. 5,000, 6,000. Before, sometime last year, there were like really, really expensive ones, like $15,000 or something. And conspiracy theorists, QAnon people, started to claim that the cabinets were really just ordering children online. It was like a way for rich people to basically Amazon ship children to their house to abuse. It was really fucking stupid, even as far as those sort of conspiracies go. So that's what they're referencing. Hawking Autumn, thanks for subscribing for 6 months, says, meowdy partner. E-Tune says, found it in relation to the Adidas thing. We'll look at that in a second. People getting pissed at Adidas for a lesbian couple in their post for Valentine's Day. Oh yeah, that's definitely a lesbian couple. Wonder if Bryson knows about that. Someone send that to Bryson so he doesn't have any shoes to wear.
Try to cancel me, well then bring it, baby, I ain't scared. Never been afraid of a liberal. It's only two genders, boy and girl, keep it simple, okay. Christ is king, that's my MO. I will never bow down to Fauci in the temple, no safe space for the sensitive. Can't even think for themselves, they own sedative. Brainwashed by the TV and representatives. Hey, we all know Joe Biden ain't the real president.
He literally is. Mike Mack says, remember the party light fedora hat on Amazon, conspiracy theorists? I do. That was also stupid. The silver one says, hey Hannah, I saw you were working with Jake. Be careful, his last partner vanished before you showed up. I know. It's okay. That guy was a dick anyway.
Global homo pedo ruling, they be evil, they seek ruin America first, we got it booming, ain't nothing could stop this movement. Global homo pedo ruling, they be evil, they seek ruin America first.
Does anyone in here have the Globo Homo emotes from that other channel? I forget who made those. Can we get some Globo homos in the chat? Thank you, Field Waddell. Oh yeah, it's Kevin's channel that does the Globo homo ones.
First we got it booming, ain't nothing can stop this movement.
Break the meter, two-way got my heater. Hey, I don't wear Nike, I only rock Adidas. Hey, I'm in the street, yeah, and mostly y'all just tweet us. Hey, and false teachers, so Bryson got a teal.
Jesus Christ. So that's what got banned. I think we can all understand why it was banned. We get it.
I had like 20 TikToks banned from TikTok. Like 20 TikToks were banned because conservatives continued reporting them.
They're embarrassed by you, Bryson. You're saying the quiet part out loud. You're supposed to pretend you're in favor of LGBT rights, then get into power, then strip away the rights of LGBT people. Trump did it. You can't even follow your daddy's, like, MO.
This is not liberals.
I didn't have any plans for vegan teacher stuff today, no.
We all say it's liberals, let's make it clear. This is not liberals. Liberals are a known enemy. Everybody know liberals don't like us. Liberals don't even watch our content. They don't even care that much. This is conservatives. Well, not conservatives. They're basically liberals in MAGA hats, but they got my stuff banned. They have been attacking
Everyone who doesn't like me is a liberal.
me all week, trying to take away my freedom of speech because they're upset. They're snowflakes. They're sensitive. They don't like anything that goes against what they believe in.
Or we don't like harassment. We don't like conspiracy theory spreading, and we don't like homophobia, racism, all that stuff.
So they attack people.
Seems the company that ships the fedora is currently unavailable on Amazon. They probably removed the listing because they were getting shit on by idiots. Morok says, they know true Scotsmaning the MAGA hats. They are.
Then I wake up and my song featuring Patriot J, Safe Space, is banned on Spotify. Spotify lies to me through the emails saying that it isn't banned. Then at the end of the day, they said they were going to investigate it. Jay with the $5 said, "Invited Baltimore preacher, check him out." Okay, we'll do. Thank you for the $5. But then next thing you know, Spotify says we are investigating it because they're confused about what's happening. Yeah.
I don't like that noise you just made. Little Green Person, thanks for subscribing at Tier 1 for 2 months. Says, oh snap, today is my sub anniversary and me and my girlfriend's first year anniversary. Congratulations to you too.
Yesterday I woke up. My distribution company confirmed that Spotify made an eternal decision to ban my song Safe Space featuring Patriot J off the platform. Now, by the way, I bought the beats. My lyrics, Patriot J lyrics. I don't buy fake streams. It had, I think, 30,000, 40,000 streams before it was banned.
Okay, they're allowed to do that. It's their platform.
And they took it down because they said I violated a content policy. Now, I know what y'all thinking, right? Which content policy did I break?
I would imagine racism, questionable content, I don't know what the wording specifically is going to be, but I imagine some sort of offensive content policy. Stephen J. Neptune Man says he's too blatant with his hate. Steven Crowder is more subtle than this guy. And Mike Mack says, I wouldn't mind seeing conservatives going against one another. It would be the best show ever. Agreed. Rublum, thanks for gifting a sub.
So, Kenzie, I do have merch. It is in the description section at BrysonCreates.com. But, so, I said...
X-Trash, Rat X, thank you for subscribing for 2 months. Says, just realized we're hair twins. Love your stuff. And Prime038 says, they probably told him that his song is removed, not banned, so they were fully right saying it wasn't banned. Sure.
What policy did I violate? Let me know.
We didn't
They
do Mimsy
said
yet, no.
we can no longer comment on this issue any further. So, I go from the Cancel Bryson hashtag on TikTok to being canceled on Spotify. They banned my song, and I don't think it's going back on there. Now, mind you, they reinstated YG song about killing Chinese people, whatever. There's worse songs. They have Eminem old songs about rape and all types of things. But my song, Safe Space, violated a content policy. Now, this is blatant censorship, and honestly, with music, this might be one of the craziest censorship stories this year in the last 10 years since the 90s. So you would think all of your favorite mainstream conservatives will be all on it, all over it. This is crazy. No. You don't see me on any mainstream conservative platforms. Shout out to InfoWars for bringing me on their platforms. Shout out to BTatum and a few others. Shout out to a few others that did stories on it. But as you guys know, a lot of these mainstream conservatives are afraid to associate with me because they think I'm homophobic. So
You are homophobic. You literally are.
matter of fact, these conservatives want to cancel me for the same reason Spotify can.
RTK says, insert Jennifer Lawrence, okay, sure, GIF. GIF, sorry.
Cancel me. And the truth of the matter is, nobody cares about censorship if it's censorship against somebody that they don't like, unfortunately. So these mainstream conservatives, they don't really care about me being censored, no matter how big the story is. Because I'm Bryson Gray. They do the same thing when Nick Fuentes.
This is a Marty McFly hat. Yes, this is from Back to the Future 2.
So, that's funny, right? By the way, hit the like button if you're watching. Then, I think it was last night or the night before.
It's pronounced GIF, and I'll die on the
Tatum.
I say GIF. I say GIF. That's where I'm at.
Allows me on his live stream. Now, mind you, me and B Tatum planned this. We had it scheduled. He moved the scheduled date up. He wanted me on his live stream to talk about the censorship.
It's a hard G, stands for graphical, but that's the thing, when you shorten something to like an initialism like that, it doesn't necessarily carry over the exact same way like that.
It was almost 2,000 people watching, which is a pretty big platform, and it was gonna go up on his YouTube channel. B Tatum platform is humongous. That's why a lot of people are jealous of B Tatum, because he's just simply more popular than them, and they don't like that. So
Logarth says he's got that COVID cough. Uh-oh. I don't think he has COVID.
I go on B Tatum platform, talk about all the drama that has been going on this week. Since it's my platform, I can say the names we were talking about. But talking about the censorship, talking about my Stray attacking me, and all the pro-blacks attacking B Tatum, and all of the similar issues. Let's talk about.
Baha asks, I wonder if Bryson smokes cigarettes, because it sounds like it. He probably vapes or something. Maybe he vapes a lot. I don't know. And I don't mean, like, necessarily weed, because weed, when you vape it, I don't know if he does, marijuana. Nor do I care if he does or not. But I could see him maybe using, like, the tobacco vaporizers, and those are pretty bad for you, too, and can make you cough like that, so. RTK says, remember how we all wore those hats 6 years ago, and it's a soft G and I'll die on that hill. I've been saying soft G for 24 years exactly, or else I'd be saying, J fag. Mike Mack says, bet these people don't read online site rules and policies before pressing agree. I mean, no one does, but most of us also aren't homophobic pieces of shit, so it's not an issue.
It was $2, thank you so much. But my allergies are acting up right now, my bad. But all the issues going on, me and B Tatum talked about it. Now, if y'all know who Brandon Tatum is, of course y'all do. If y'all watch me, y'all know who Brandon Tatum is. So, what's interesting about that is then another rapper named Loza and his girlfriend decided to get on the live stream and cause drama on the B Tatum live stream to the point where B Tatum had to address it. Now, if you go on B Tatum page right now, oh, Let's Be Frank talked about it too. Let's Be Frank, my boy though. That's my boy. But a lot of people hit me up today because they said the video.
Oh my god. Okay, if you're like this, maybe don't stream today, Bryson. This is insufferable. Kirthan says a man goes to heaven and asks God how to pronounce GIF. He says it's GIF as in giraffe. The man responds, "Okay, Jod." Jesus.
Me and B Tatum conversation isn't on his YouTube anymore. I don't know the exact reason why, because I haven't been updated about that. But I'm assuming it's because of the drama that happened with Loza. Now,
Princess Amelia says throat clearing intensifies.
That man was telling his subscribers that I was subliminally talking about him on B Tatum live stream. So his girlfriend donated to B Tatum live stream and said Bryson is a hater. He's subliminally talking about Loza. Then Loza kept.
What does he mean? Is he using subliminally wrong here, or does someone really think that he's somehow putting imperceptible to your conscious messages in his live streams?
Sending super chats talking about the same thing. And what's sad is nobody was talking about Loza. Everybody knows that. Anybody that watched the live stream, me and B Tatum knows that. Everybody. So then Loza went live attacking me and B Tatum, calling us all type of slurs, calling us gay.
You literally called people slurs in your rap. Like, I'm not saying it's right. I don't think two rights make a wrong, but it's a little hypocritical to be like, oh, they're calling us slurs when you call other people slurs. Glass houses, Bryson.
And all types of stuff that was just fairly weird to me. And he continued telling people I was talking about him during the live stream. I texted him. You said you still haven't heard what was subliminal? Because nothing was subliminal.
If you play the video backwards, it says Bryson is cringe. It says that if you play it forward, too. Mike Mack says, why don't people call God by his name? I always wonder about that. I mean, we call Zeus by his name. I don't know. Like, why don't we call Yahweh Yahweh? I don't know.
Nobody was talking about Loza. Not even a little bit. Not halfway. Like, I was talking about Maj Toure, because Maj Toure had attacked me and my girlfriend that day on social media. And I was talking about other pro-black people. Then I was talking about the people from TikTok. Nobody was talking about him. And people, everybody knows that. And then I guess he got on the phone with B Tatum. Let's be frank. What's up, brother? You say I should come out with you? I'll come on your live, of course, bro. But what's funny is, you know, he talked to B Tatum, and B Tatum told him we wasn't talking about him. But
we need a monk to convert the MAGA.
Say that I was, even after he talked to B Tatum. His girlfriend continued to say I was talking about him, even after that. And I think him and B Tatum talking on the phone. And
Morok says, I started calling Yahweh Yahweh, and my Catholic friend flipped his shit at me saying it was disrespectful. That's bizarre. Maybe it's because they think by implication if you call the God of the Bible by their, like, proper name, Yahweh, or whatever, then it's implying that they're not God, because calling Yahweh God implies they are the only God, whereas if you say Yahweh, then it could also imply that I don't know. No idea. Logarth says he's been edging making a point for 10 minutes. Eventually he'll get there, but damn, I know.
And they made up school, but I can't do. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't. I'm not that person. When somebody show me their true colors, when people are like not really mentally stable, bro, I did pray for him because his girlfriend seems like a total crazy person. To be honest, so I did pray for him. But I'm not. I mean, I see only negativity. Making up with him, like, I just simply can't. I'm not doing.
Altered Rin says, I think it's because there's a Bible quote where it says God is so narcissistic he wants to be called God so he can have a monopoly on the term. It's possible. I'm not familiar.
That I'm not gonna diss him. I don't I don't talk about him to begin with, so I don't care. But he's probably gonna make a song about me and stuff like that. I don't care. I'm not gonna respond. I genuinely, like, after that live stream and I watched it, it was the most craziest, disgusting thing I've ever seen to show character. Did you want me to squash the misunderstanding? Those are no. I'm not squashing anything. I texted him, told him I wasn't talking about him. He went on his live and said I was talking about him. I can't respect that. His own fans told him I wasn't talking about him. Everybody that watched it said I wasn't talking about him. Anybody with common sense, no, I wasn't talking about him. And he continued spewing nonsense. And then what was funny is, in the live, his girlfriend said, and why was B. Tatum live with Bryson anyway? B. Tatum was supposed to be calling you. And that shows exactly what it is. First off, maybe Tatum scheduled that event. But after that,
Red Wolf says Yahweh is a bastardization of the Hebrew abbreviation of God's name, Yod He Vav He, which is never pronounced. A lot of Jewish people will use Hashem, which literally translates to the name. Interesting.
see what it is. At least with
I'm gonna start skipping through.
I'm gonna read this to y'all verbatim. This message from SoundCloud.
He's so mad. Andrew says, fun fact, Zeus might actually mean God, Jupiter, Zu Pater, Father Zeus, and I think the Sanskrit name of some Hindu gods all come from a Proto-Indo-European phrase meaning Father God. Interesting. This video is an hour long. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I'm starting to skip around now.
Oh, that's the wrong email. Hold on. The Angelator, $5. What happened with Candace? It was something with her and Kim Clancy. People come for Candace to act like then Candace can't say nothing back. So, let me tell you what SoundCloud told me today. We are writing you today because we received reports that your content on SoundCloud has been found to be in breach of our terms of use on the grounds of incitement to hatred. You said they kept talking about Jesus but not following anything he said. Yeah. When I was watching and his girlfriend kept bringing up God and Jesus saying he was a man of God and he kept saying he was the chosen one, that was weird to me. But I don't even want to talk about that no more. I just wanted to explain everybody. I just want to explain everybody in detail what has been happening this week. Was the only reason I brought up that story. Them people crazy. No disrespect.
Tucker White says, this is Chud Watch, guys, not religious history class. Make with the penis jokes.
So
sometimes Bible studies and penis jokes can go together. Just so you know.
SoundCloud said my song was an incitement to hatred.
It is.
Content in question is safe space. The relevant section of our terms of use is highlighted below. Any content that is abusive, defamatory, pornographic, obscene, that promotes or incites violence, terrorism, illegal acts, or hatred on the grounds of race, cultural identity, religious belief, disability, gender, identity, sexual orientation, and otherwise objectionable in SoundCloud's reasonable discretion.
I don't think they could be any clearer than that, Bryson. We just listened to it. We know exactly why you got banned. Exo Dreadlock says Yahweh may be linked to the verb to fall in ancient Hebrew, suggesting a mountain god. And Tucker White says, by the way, I joined late. What's Bryson bitching about this time? His song got removed from Spotify and SoundCloud, and his Bandcamp account was banned.
As such, we have removed this content from your account. Please note that repeated violation of our terms of use could lead to permanent suspension of...
Who wants to bet he's going to learn no lessons from this and his next single is going to include even more homophobic bullshit? Because I'm on that team.
Your account. Now, let's read these content things again. Defamatory, pornographic, or obscene that promotes or incites violence. Why are you walking in and out? Oh. Hatreds on the grounds of race and blah, 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 blah. Now.
He just blah, blah, blah'd the part that's the part he violated. Is he gonna try and pretend like we didn't just hear him read it? You know, blah, blah, blah. The blah, blah, blah's the thing it got removed for. Tucker White says, Hannah, taking up that bet implies there's a chance he would learn from this.
Cardi B song WAP is on there.
Yeah? that song is a song. There's no racism or homophobia in there.
On SoundCloud. Eminem songs are all on SoundCloud.
Yeah, he's not... Some of Eminem's older songs include the F slur, which I'm not a fan of, but he's using it in a way that I don't want to defend it. It's not good, but he's not directly saying, like, I don't like gay people, and gay people are awful, and gay people are sinners, and trans people aren't real and are mentally ill. Like, he's not saying that. He's using it as a slur, which isn't okay, but was common at the time, right? Again, doesn't make it okay, but the context is entirely different.
And Spotify. All these songs about murder and killing people are the most popular songs on SoundCloud.
Yeah, they're not doing hate.
And on Spotify. But Bryson Gray's song, featuring Patriot J, gets banned. Based on what they just told me, every single rap song on SoundCloud should be banned.
If it was literally anyone else, I'd say he's being intentionally obtuse, but Bryson is legitimately an idiot, so he might really not understand why he got banned. I really can't tell.
Inciting violence, promoting violence. Now, if you're watching this right now, why did my song get banned versus others? Well, they said something specific that we cannot miss. SoundCloud said they have received many reports about my song.
Mike Max says basically how the F word was used in the South Park biker gang episodes. Yeah, which I still don't necessarily agree with, but like,
That means
it would be like banning rap songs for using the N-word in the way that rap songs typically use it, right? Like, it just doesn't really make sense contextually. But that's not what Bryson is doing. Bryson isn't just using a slur in sort of a like a reclaimed slur way or in a colloquial way. He's literally just saying he doesn't like certain groups of people because of their gender or because of their sexual orientation or whatever, right? That's the difference, and it's very clear.
Groups of people are going around trying to get my songs banned. Mind you, last month, my Instagram with over 250,000 followers was permanently... Altos Relied? No thank you. Your missionary work is not needed here. Banned. Caden.
I don't know if it's a bot or not yet. Leave them though, don't ban them yet. Let's see if they're a bot or if they're a genuine person.
Welcome to CCG, brother. But my Instagram with over 250,000 followers was permanently banned. Now we're here. I tried to call some lawyer today, and the lawyer told me what I expected. There's nothing we can do with Spotify, Apple Music, and places SoundCloud. There's nothing we can do. Mainstream conservatives refuse to talk about this. I don't think people understand how crazy this story is. I don't think y'all understand how crazy this is. Everything that's happening.
It is actually, honestly, and he has a point here. I think it's relatively telling that this hasn't been picked up by people like Ben Shapiro, by people like Dave Rubin, etc., etc. Oh, my hair is completely fucked. Because typically they'd run with something like this, but I think even they recognize that they cannot defend this. It makes them look absolutely awful if they do, and pokes so many holes in their cancel culture narrative, so they just won't touch it. He's too toxic even for them. Tucker White says, if we want to be more cynical about it, Eminem's songs don't catch flack outside of right-wing pearl clutchers because he did most of those at a time when nobody gave an F about gay people. True.
Happened this week is crazy, but getting attacked on social media is regular stuff. My music getting banned versus all the disgusting music that's out there. All the degenerate music that's out there. I don't even curse in my music. I don't even use profanity.
You used a racial slur. And called people who voted for Joe Biden a racial slur.
Music is not even free speech oriented anymore. Candace, with the $20, when you honor Christ, people will come for you. We are proud of you for honoring God. Keep doing what you do. Thank you so much, and of course I will continue. Let's Be Frank said the conservative pundits rather promote drag queen story hour than Bryson Gray. Correct.
Oh my goodness, they're obsessed with drag queen story hour. The only time I ever hear anyone talk about drag queen story hour is when people like this bring it up. It's not something that happens commonly. Stromboli for Wi-Fi says non sequitur, but have you ever seen a story where a closeted gay or trans person gets amnesia and they have to deal with the consequences when they accidentally out themselves? I'd watch the hell out of that. I've never heard anything like that, no. Okay, listen, Eltos, whatever your name is, I understand that you're religious, and that's fine. I respect the fact that you are Christian, and that's great, and I'm happy for you as long as you're not hurting anyone. But most people don't like other people to just show up, whether it's in person or in a stream, and to have them proselytized too. Adults typically have their religions or non-religions. Basically, they have their ideas on religions set. And they don't need you to come and convince them because they're not going to be convinced anyway. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not a fruitful exercise.
These conservative pundits like to offer their platforms up to complain about Cardi B all day. Complain about everybody else all day. All conservative pundits do is complain for clickbait because they want views and clicks. But you have a conservative and not even trying to brag, just based on numbers.
The stream talkers. Eltos. Again, Eltos, just to be clear, to make sure you're not a bot, can you type, Jesus is Lord for me? See, that's even fits in with your thing. The next message you type should be Jesus is Lord, so I know I'm not talking to a bot. Pyromancer says, what Eltros wishes they could do. Okay, I'm not going to click it, but I saw it. It's funny. Al Ecoland, thanks for 100 bits. Okay, there you go. Yeah, you're not a bot. Good. Okay. So, Eltos, I used to be religious. I used to be a Christian, and then I decided that I don't believe in it because I require evidence, right? And if you don't, that's fine. Faith is a thing that you're allowed to have. And now currently, and for the past 9 years, I've been doing an atheist Bible study on YouTube. So I know the Bible, you know, I've read it. I am aware of Christianity. I'm aware of the story of Jesus. I just don't believe it, and I imagine that's the same for many people in my chat. I don't want to be a part of a religion that says I'm going to hell for being who I am. And on top of that, I just don't believe it anyway, even if I was fine with those sort of messages. So I understand that you believe it, and that's great. Again, I'm happy for you, but no one likes other people to show up and proselytize to them. Eldo says, the evidence is the creation itself, and there's historical accounts that Jesus indeed rose. Romans that were pagans even wrote about Jesus. Literally not true. The earliest accounts of Jesus historically come from Josephus, and the earliest Gospels were written like 70 years after Jesus died. So no, you're wrong. I'm sorry.
Based on numbers, based on album sales, I am the most popular Christian conservative rap artist.
Small niche.
Getting music banned on entire platforms. While Eminem, I used to listen to Eminem. Eminem talks about rape in his music. And nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about that. About to keeping it real with $5. Thank you, bro. Watch your interview with B. Tatum. Being a former homosexual, bro, you were spot on. I did a reaction video because you're on point.
Oh no, someone says they're a former homosexual in his chat. Tucker White says, also, Jesus isn't the only person resurrected in the Bible, not even in the New Testament, so nothing about Jesus' rise from the dead is special. Altered Rin expounds on what I was saying by saying, Josephus only said that people were talking about Jesus. On top of that, he didn't even directly talk about the claims from what I know. True, yes. I believe he talked about the followers of Christ, talking about early Christians who at the time would have been considered Jewish.
Thank you, bro, and I'm glad God brought you out of that, bro. I keep telling people, bro, as long as you breathing, you can turn. As long as you breathing, you can turn. But they don't want.
Do I agree that Jesus is the most used name that people say in vain? I don't agree with the say in vain thing because that's like a sin. And I don't really believe in, like, the biblical concept of sin. But if you're talking about people saying, like, God damn it, or Jesus Christ as expletives, yeah, they're used very often because our culture has a lot of roots in sort of Christian culture. So that's a thing. I also say Thursday, but that doesn't mean I'm a worshiper of Thor, even though Thursday comes from Thor's Day, right? Like the etymology of our language is interesting, but it's not really relevant to the truth value of whether or not Jesus is God in any way. And the fact that you're making assertions that outside of the realm of the topic that we're actually discussing kind of illustrates the lack of argument you have. Alec Holland, thank you for 100 bits, says, oh no, it's zombie Jesus. Jesus isn't a zombie, he's a lich. RTK142 says, SVU in Criminal Minds talks about RAPE all the time, and they were incredibly popular shows. Again, context matters. Eltos, whatever your name is, Christian person says, to all that are swearing, God will forgive your idle words if you turn your face to him. Praise God, he removed my stony heart. Again, there are people in my, like, fandom, that sounds pretentious. I don't have a fandom. People who come to my streams and enjoy them, whom I appreciate. Some of them are religious, and some of them are Christian. Some of them are other religions. Some of them are Satanists. Like, whatever. I don't care. It's fine. But they also don't come and proselytize. What's a phylactery? A phylactery is something that you keep your soul in. So like in D&D, if there's a lich, they'll typically have a phylactery that is where their soul resides. Like a ring or some container. Tucker White says, how much do you want to bet Bryson and the dude back there are... Oh, I'm not going to read that. And I also think that's a woman back there. Steve with a Q says, Hannah's Fanas. Stanas. Morok says, psst, hey, I went to seminary for 4 years, am a trained reverend. Now I'm an atheistic Satanist. You know what converted me? The Bible. Blackwing Hecty says I'd rather turn my full moon to God's glory. I missed Andrew Patella's bits. Sorry, let me go look. Let us all pray to the moon goddess on this fine Monday. Maybe God brought me here for a reason, to plant seeds in some hearts, because narrow is the way, and few therein find it. I will leave for now. Be well, all of you, and the streamer. Alright, see you later. I hope not. Storm Fox with some bits says, I don't know if he would be fun to watch, but have you heard of Let's Be Frank? He's a total chud. I don't know if I have. RTK says, I'm always fascinated. Are we even capable of finding certain words good or bad? Yeah, it's weird. The concept of curse words is interesting. Yes, I should point out phylacteries were also a Jewish religious container, basically, that they'd put scriptures in, and it became associated with liches because of anti-Semitism and stuff. But it is also a concept in fantasy like D&D.
Anything, and I'm trying to make music to change culture, trying to compete with the best of the best, and now I don't even know what the future holds, because now what they're doing, y'all, is they're coming for my pockets. They're coming for my money. 1 second. Sin City with $10. Thank you so much, brother. I'll be seeing.
Just make right-wing rap music that isn't homophobic, Bryson. That's all you'd have to do.
All these conservatives come for you, and it all shows me how far left they have moved the right. Yep. Brian Larson with the $5. Bryson, never forget God is shining through you. No one can take that away. Thank you. Chapter and verse only. Chapter and verse only. That is accurate. I just find this interesting. I forgot what I was about to say. You said God is exposing these fake conservatives better than anyone else could. Exactly. Now, what I said was they're coming for my pockets, right? They came for opportunities. As you all know, the Trump campaign stopped working with me because the LGBT Trump supporters started complaining.
How does Bryson feel about that time Trump held a pride flag? Is he okay with that or what? Blackwing Hecty says, I'd rather not have seeds in my heart. That seems like it would make its operation difficult to say the least, and I need to live.
So I lost many opportunities because of that. Same reason why a lot of these people don't promote me. Kaden with the $2, thank you so much, bro. Lisa with the $5, thank you so much. We stand with you always, darling. Free Bryson Gray, thank you. But so that happened, but now they know that doesn't work on me. That doesn't make me backtrack. That doesn't make me do anything. I still haven't apologized. So now they are coming for my pockets. I invite this. I love it. You know why I love it? But this is a perfect opportunity to show you how much I do not care about money. Is money cool? Yeah. I mean, it's cool having it. It's cool making money off something you love. But if you think I'm about to...
Someone asked about sending me something. I put the P.O. Box link in the chat.
Compromise on what I say.
Halloween Town got right before I did, though. Good job. Thank you.
Apologize for what I say. Backtrack on what I say. Turn from what I say for money. Then you have lost your mind. You have lost your mind.
Pyro says, I always love the concept of if you care, you lose. Yeah, it comes from some weird misanthropic places. And Tucker says, I find the idea of Christians accepting ex-gays interesting. Unlike the Quran, the Bible doesn't offer a get-out-of-jail-free card for those who take it up. It says you gotta die, so why do Christians just disregard that part? Probably because it's not acceptable in culture to kill people for being gay.
Joseph with the $2, understand no political party is for Jesus Christ, and I'm starting to see that. And shout out to the conservatives that did people on that platform. Brandon Tatum, that's my brother. Shout out to you. Owen Short.
Okay, again, I'm gonna start skipping ahead.
Been short to $2, China of God, and I am down. I'm so down to get persecuted for his namesake.
Ooh, yeah, ooh, persecute me.
I am so down. Because the scripture already told me. It already told me. Somebody said, what happened with Spotify and SoundCloud? Spotify and SoundCloud banned my song Safe Space, and who knows who's next. I might wake up tomorrow, maybe banned on Apple Music. I may wake up tomorrow, maybe banned on YouTube. I may be banned on everything. And I'm trying to tell y'all that no matter what, is that my sister? One was my sister. And
Honestly, that song probably should get removed from YouTube. It's pretty bad.
one was my girlfriend. I don't know which one just went out. But, and I keep trying to tell y'all, none of this stuff is swaying me away from changing anything. I'm not like these other people.
Okay, so he definitely didn't learn a lesson, and he's gonna get banned permanently because he's probably gonna make more homophobic songs.
People talk down on my name all the time, but you judge people by their fruits, the Bible say. Let's go to it. Matthew chapter 7, start at verse 15. But I'm gonna go down. Over there and support it, man. Listen, I already know my heaven and earth pass. Kite with the 20, thank you so much. In the kingdom of heaven.
Oh my god, he's just reading the Bible now.
I was.
Who would want to listen to someone read the Bible on camera? That sounds awful.
Well, my song was banned, not me. Let me clarify. But let me tell y'all what Jesus said real quick. For I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of for the new covenant of heaven. Not one.
Okay, I'm done with Bryson for the day. Basically, he's just really mad that he's not allowed to spread his homophobic bullshit, his transphobic bullshit, and weirdly his racist bullshit anywhere he wants. Fun stuff. Stromboli for Wi-Fi says gay Trump supporters be like, I just want to suck dick and pay lower taxes. Why do I have to deal with guys like this on my side? Tucker White says Bryson's making it too tempting for us, talking about judging those by their fruits and going down. I know, I thought about making a joke. I decided I'm better than that. It was an incorrect assertion. I'm definitely not better than that. Oh, God. Well, that pulled off a lot of makeup. Did I fuck it up? Only a little. That'll do. Okay, everyone. There's a new episode of Snortlings Hollow. You know what that means. We have to watch it. Tumak Von Raven, thanks for subscribing with 9 months. Let's see what Mimsy's up to. And we might get to meet a new friend along the way.
It's a beautiful day in Snortlings Hollow. You can learn a little something. Would you like to follow? They're pulling you left, but you might want to go right. Let's take a little trip and it could shed some light. If you don't agree with our point of view, you don't have to make a big to-do. Just watch another video. Who's stopping you? We're not.
Exo Dreadlock says, For the Lord saith, rant thou on Twitch, for I say unto you, thy TikTok shall be banned for thy hateful ways. Amen. And Stormfox says, here's a look at the Let's Be Frank channel. Do something with it or nothing. It's an option. Okay, thank you. Morimiku, 50 bits to Mimsy's happiness.
I'm trying to tell you what to do. Today's episode is brought to you by the Common Ground Podcast channel. Now, this is my other channel where my liberal friend James and I take on the hot button topics of today from a liberal and conservative point of view.
Tucker says,
and we got some really great guests with some insight that you're not going to want to miss hearing.
Play it, but it's funny.
And don't forget about my
I'm glad you guys
books,
are joining me
t-shirts,
today. And
God, who did I
wokeism
start?
is alive and well.
Jesus.
dollhouses, and miniatures. All the
I have one of her, someone sent me one of her doll houses. By the way, I don't know if anyone saw this, but someone sent me one of her doll houses. It lights up. A cat kind of screwed this up, so it got a little, knocked over, but there's minis in there. We have a Snortling. So it's a little cute house.
The links are below, so go check it out. Well, hello there, my friends. It's me, Mimsy Moon, and I'm finally back with another great episode of Adventures in Snortlings Hollow. An eccentric and whimsical, political, and social comedy show from a right-leaning point of view.
Altered Rin says her, quote, liberal friend is into race realism bullshit and talked about how black people are just more horny than white people, which is why rap culture is the way it is. Oh, so not liberal at all. What a fucking surprise.
And today we're all in for a treat because it's Piper's birthday. And I'm glad you could be here for her surprise party. I've got it all set up, and I got her a really nice gift and everything. So she thinks she's just coming over to do a show. So help me out by yelling, "Surprise!" when she comes through the door. Ooh, I hear her coming.
I hate the puppet thing. It's so desperate. What kind of loser uses a puppet for entertainment value for adults? Hold on, I gotta go get the door. Oh, look who it is! Hi there! It's everyone. It's my good friend, Flimsy Floon. Hi, everybody! How are you? I'm Flimsy Floon. I love making YouTube videos, salt lamps, and making miniature dioramas. Hi, everyone. I'm Piper's cousin. I just came in from out of town. Oh, you're watching one of Mimsy's videos? Can I watch? You know, I don't know, Flimsy. I don't know if my audience would like this. I think they're probably going to be annoyed and probably already are. I don't really care, do you? You know, typically I don't actually. Normally I annoy them with all sorts of things. So, what if your audience gets down to under 100 viewers? I mean, view counts aren't everything. Sometimes you just gotta care about the craft of it. I can get behind that! Let's watch! I agree. Let's watch. Hold on, I gotta put a headphone in. You're very professional! Fuck you! Zero M80 says, I left for 2 minutes to take a shit. What's going on? Nothing good. Morok says, make it stop, Hannah. Make what stop? This is life now.
Hi, I'm here! Oh, hey, what's all this? Surprise! You remembered my birthday. Well, how can I forget? You reminded me like
There's my cousin! Your cousin's with her. Can't you see the resemblance? I dye my fur, but otherwise, we're identical! I'm a little confused because, like, Piper wears clothes. Yeah, what of it? You're not wearing any clothes. I'm a nudist! Oh, this is already hurting me physically. This is physically hurting me. Did I ever tell you about the time I freebased crack off someone's butthole? Oh, this is going well. This is a good choice.
20 times.
Logard says, as a puppeteer, you are doing an amazing job. Thank you. It's hurting you as well. I hope so.
Well, okay, it worked, didn't it? So, where's my gift? Your gift? Well, sure, I guess we could do that. Yay! All right, here you go. Well, let me go ahead and help you with that. Oh, there you go. Do you like it? Oh, it's so pretty! Thank you!
Did she get that at a fucking Claire's closing sale? Hydrate? Okay.
You're welcome. Maybe you can wear it later on when you go out. What are your plans for your birthday today? Well, I'm turning 21, so not this. Bye! See ya!
This is actually an issue. Piper has a severe alcohol problem. We've tried to get her help, but she refuses. She spends all her time hanging out with Mimsy, getting drunk, and pretending they're in a magical land. It's concerning!
Wait, what about...
think I've gotten into a... Okay, I think I can do the voice without hurting myself.
The cake! What the fuck just happened?
Did she just say the F word on a children's show? Well, okay. It actually kind of started as a children's show, but it's not really a children's show anymore. It still kind of has the format, but now she's pretending it's satire so she doesn't get booted off YouTube. That sounds ridiculous! That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard! You'd have to basically sustain yourself off of people laughing at you! That would be awful! I know. It's sad.
That selfish little bitch. I mean, I went to all this trouble. Fuck her
Roland,
then.
thanks for gifting
Like,
a
why do
sub.
I even bother?
Deetham says
Like,
this is
fuck
kind of
this.
the kind of content I sub for. Let's see how many people left. Genuinely.
Bitch!
We lost about 30 viewers. That's better than I thought it would be. Why is she like this now?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, people aren't always gonna do what you think they're gonna do or do what you want them to do. I mean, it can really suck sometimes, especially if you really put yourself out there to try to do something that will make them happy and you don't get the reaction that you thought you would.
So do you just like sit here and watch the video in silence until you think of a joke that you think is decent enough to make people maybe throw you like 30 cents in bits? I mean, when you put it like that, it kind of sounds like depressing, or like a waste of time. I mean, it kind of sounds like it. I guess. I just, you know, I've been doing this for like, 9 years, and I got a house doing it, so I thought maybe it would. I don't know. I thought it might be okay. I don't know, man. Do you not understand that you have like you're not gonna ever retire? This is it. I know it's not great. But I just kind of try and live day to day about it. Do you have rich family members? No, not really. Oh, you're fucked. Yeah. Probably. Okay, I gotta stop with the puppet for a minute. Oh my god, my throat. I'm sorry. I have a bunch of bit messages too. I'm so sorry. Then we'll get back to the Mimsy thing for realsies. I gotta get back into the voice I'm trying to do too. You need to be higher for this. Innocent decorations. Look at that, 30 cents worth of bits. And then Puka says, here's my 30 cents worth of bits. One Speedy Yoshi says, got here just in time for Mimsy. What's she on about now? Also seeing all the right-wingers saying cope harder about right-wing watches just, ugh, you probably already talked about it though. I actually didn't. Kirthan says, this is the content I subbed for. Hannah having an existential crisis with a puppet. Giga Sam says, oh Hannah, I struggle with this daily. Here's 50 cents in bits. Blackwing Hecate says, I look forward to old witch Hannah. Speedy Yoshi says, in this economy, no one will be able to retire, so don't worry. And Coffee and Chaos, thanks for following. And hydrate.
But you can't control other people, only yourself. So I'm gonna take control over the situation by not allowing it to ruin my day or my show. And this kind of reminds me of a great topic for today's show. We can call it the secrets to happiness. But now I'm kind of left without a co-host to bounce things off of, so...
Where's Milo? Get Milo. Milo's better than the other one anyway.
Probably a little late to try to get anyone else. I think Milo's at work right now, so... Alright, I guess it's just gonna be me then. Well...
What was that random... Wait, what was that random monster thing? Why did you put that
right
there?
now, so... Alright, I guess it's just gonna be me then. Well, I think I'm a pretty good person to speak on this subject because I'm pretty fucking happy. I mean, I go through my everyday life with a general feeling of peace and contentment and a sense of adventure and optimism for the future. And I suspect that even me saying that can evoke some negative reactions in some people.
If that's genuinely true, I'm happy for you, Mimsy.
They might say, well, of course you're happy. You have all this white, middle-class, suburban privilege. You don't deal with the same kinds of issues and challenges that some other people do. Well, first of all, that's just not true. I'm not going to sit here and tell you my whole life story, but if you'd like to know, I do talk a little bit about it in my walk away video, and I'll link to that below.
Yeah, you were like addicted to drugs and stuff.
And I could certainly use my past or even my present if I was so inclined to justify unhappiness, just like any of you could. But I'm here to tell you that happiness is a choice, and it's a choice that I made several years ago.
That I apologize. That's true to an extent, but happiness is also a result of your circumstances. It's pretty hard to have an optimistic outlook if you're like homeless and, you know, addicted to crack and you're whatever. I'm glad Mimsy got out of the place where she was addicted to drugs and homeless and all that. That's great. But like, acting as though happiness is only a function of your own willingness to feel happy is not true. Amori Miku says, how likely is it that Mimsy is trying to reference Rhonda Byrne's The Secret? I don't know. Blackwing Hecty says something that I'm not going to say because it's about someone's looks. Pyromancer says, it's okay guys, Mimsy solved depression. I know. I wonder why the FDA didn't think of that.
And I've learned some things about happiness along the way, and if I can help some people with what I've learned, then well, that's just one of those things that makes life all the more worth living. But if you don't find my advice applies to you, then as with anything, just take what you want and leave the rest. So, the first thing I want people to realize is that we live in a very diverse world, and we ultimately want that. It would be a boring place if we were all the same, but because of this, we're going to have a wide...
Mimsy, you're a conservative. Maybe check the side you're on if you're in favor of diversity. Tea with Goblins, thank you for 5 months, says, one day I'll wake up on time to catch the beginning of one of your streams. Thanks for 5 months. Well, thank you. And Speedy Yoshi says, I feel bad for Mimsy, but she also has literal rap videos about, yeah, black people deserve to be shot. Also, Hannah, if your voice hurts, tea or just water with lemon will help. I'm okay. It's getting a little better. Thank you, though. Although I'm sure my voice sounds a little rougher now, but I'm trying.
range of values. So no matter what your values are, you're going to be opposed by many people. People are going to hate you. They're all going to wish you to fail. And you need to learn to be okay with this. The first step to growing as a person is acceptance. Haters are going to hate. And if you can't be okay with this, you're never going to grow. We're only in control of our own thoughts and actions. One human being can't change another human being. And since...
didn't she once argue the complete opposite on a video about immigration? I honestly don't remember. Dr. Gamble says, it took me this long to realize the puppet is called Harper, as in harping on things. No, wait, is it? No, it's Piper. The puppet's name is Piper, not Harper.
Since you need to have the freedom to be
although it is Piper Strawman. Her last name is Strawman, so...
wrong and the freedom to fail, you must be willing to be embarrassed.
Yeah, I think Flimsy's voice is gonna change because it completely fucks up my throat after 2 minutes. So I think Flimsy's gonna have a voice change.
Because through trial and error, falling and getting back up, you will achieve success and you will have progress. And it's the progress that's really one of the keys to ultimate life satisfaction and happiness. So don't waste your time trying to prove yourself to people who don't like you. You're not responsible for their feelings. The most respected people in the whole world have a lot of people who don't like them. So you're not going to be any different. And the next thing I would want you to realize, so we'll call this like number 2, is that it's important for you to find a deeper meaning in your life. So what I mean is this. You don't just need to know what you want, but there also has to be a why. You can't find happiness in just being like superficial. Like, most people want money, right? So, I mean, I do. But if you're just motivated by money for like the sake of money, then there's no deeper meaning behind it. Then you could have all the money in the world and it still wouldn't buy you happiness. So that's why so many rich kids or heirs to fortune are known for being miserable people. So ask yourself why you want money. What would it mean to you and your family? How would you use your money to help others and better people's lives? Many people are motivated by approval. They're going around taking pictures of their best angles and representations of their everyday lives just to post on social media for likes, often failing to even enjoy the actual activity that they were engaging in. So you'll be much happier if you're motivated by spending quality time and living in the moment with the people that you love rather than caring about what a bunch of random people think
says,
about
I'm
you.
for not dying. Is that good enough, Mimsy?
And it's great to enjoy social media, but you would find much more satisfaction if you use your interest to reach out and communicate and help people on a deeper level. And like having partying and casual sex with strangers is your motivation. Well, I've said it many times before, but people are going to do what they're going to do, but you're not going to find true happiness until you face the reasons you feel compelled to do all this partying and
Because they're horny.
sleeping around, and you start experiencing sex as a way to facilitate a connection, an emotional bond with someone you have deeper feelings for. So I'm just saying. So in short, let your contributions be your motivation. Okay, let's go with number 3. Give yourself a break. Once again, we're living
Harkenbon says, I like Mimsy's gamer chair.
in a very diverse world, and you are a unique part of the intricate tapestry.
Is she just gonna give generic self-help bullshit advice? Because that's a boring-ass episode.
You're always going to come up short of it in the end. True satisfaction comes when you let it go and realize that life is about progress, whatever that means for you, and not perfection. If you're waiting for the day, direct them. Direct your
The last Mimsy video was the craziest Mimsy video of all time, and this one is the most boring thing in the universe.
attention towards desiring what you all the world around you.
I like her outfit, though. I do want to point that out. I like her wig and unicorn thing and the glasses. It's a cool outfit. Tea with Goblin says, don't look for other people for approval, but also don't have sex in ways that I disapprove of. Sounds legit.
So what's number 6? Well, I'm going to let my lovely daughter tell you all about it as we take a walk down Paisley Lane.
Ender92 says, sex work was fine for me when I had to do it, but now I got out of it, we should persecute anyone who does it.
Hey there, friends, and thank you for joining me today for a walk down Paisley Lane. Today I would like to talk to you about bravery. What does it mean to be brave? Well, I'm not talking about having a lack of fear.
I know it's probably warm where you are, but maybe don't run a fan so the
Afraid
backdrop
is a
doesn't
normal part of
sway
the human
as you're...
existence. What I'm really talking about is being afraid but having the strength to face your fear and to do it anyway. I want to talk to you about not letting your fear hold you back from realizing your potential. Is there something you want to do in your life? Something that aligns with your personal goals? But when you think of that and taking the first step, fear and anxiety.
At least Mimsy has, like, a personality. The daughter I cannot stand.
Responsibility for your own life. And I say this while also understanding
Who's this?
taking responsibility for your own
Statement that happiness is a choice. And I know what you mean by that, but I think I would just phrase it differently. For one thing, it's not that happiness is a choice.
Enreith says, the wavy background plus her swaying back and forth makes me feel sick.
What is a choice is to...
Okay, I'm sorry everyone. This video's terrible. I'm already over this video. How about we try Terrence Pop's video, The Communist Purge Has Begun? This should be good.
All right, everybody, Terrence Pop here with another episode of Live from the Lair.
Oh, he seems even drunker than he normally is. That's not good.
All right, this is what's going on here. The Purge has begun.
Ooh, I love that movie.
Now, it started off now as a small trickle, but you are going to see
He is absolutely trashed. I don't think I've ever seen him this drunk. This is the drunkest I've ever seen him, and that's saying a lot.
it get much worse.
I'm gonna have to play this at like 2 times speed just to sound halfway normal.
Very quick. My opinion is
I just noticed that on his board, the top bullet point is drag queen show. Oh, this is gonna be good. Ender92 says it's insane that you said that when you did because I thought that immediately.
this whole bandwagon will be up and slapping ass full force somewhere around 2022, 2023 by the earliest.
Oh, he's not okay. Why is he this drunk and filming a video? Quiet185 says drag queen show Nellis Air Force Base. And Bellum Guardian says, name a more iconic duo than people wearing costumes reading to kids in the total collapse of society.
Oh, I didn't see you there. I'm reading this book, and it quite possibly is the best book ever written because I'm in it! Winning! If you want to know the rate of return on dating women, you need to buy the Book of Numbers.
Oh no, is it like a pickup artist book?
There's a link in the description, down there in the...
The Book of Numbers, analyzing the return on investment of the pursuit of women. Gross. The world economy and its entire historic economic production has been fueled by one thing and one thing only, sex. Specifically, men's desire to have sex with young and beautiful females. It's not specifically female youth and beauty per se as much as it is the fertilities these things signal. I would like to introduce you to the entirety of Greece and Rome! Make no mistake about it, female youth and beauty has powered the world economy since the beginning of time. And men are the economic engines that run it. Oh no.
Penis area. Meat gazer! Alright, now I've done a past video.
What a terrible day to have sensory cognition. I agree.
In the past about the Chinese Red Revolution or the Red Guard that took place between 1964 and 1976.
Logarth says, image of Quark, the Ferengi bartender from Deep Space Nine. Subtitle reads, females. And Mike Mack says, yeah, let's take tips to date women from the guy who lost his family. What could go wrong?
That saw roughly 30 million people just get disappeared, killed, or what have you. I got an in sum here. I'm gonna go through here for you, and
let's. If I do playback speed at 2, does he sound normal?
Hopefully, it won't be too disturbing. Now, this is
Oh my God! I was doing that as a joke, but legitimately, if you play him at 2 times speed, he almost sounds like a normal human being.
FOUO, LIMDIS, limited distribution. This is visible on the radar of the military, and apparently they're cool with it. The Maoist for Old program, active in the United States of America. Maoist Red Guard comprised mostly of youth.
Honestly, I talk faster than that sometimes, like, just normally, and I, I'm not at 2 times speed. You think 1.75 would be perfect? Let's give it a shot.
And students enacted a program under Maoist communism known as the Old Four.
Oh my god, yeah, 1.75 is the sweet spot. Blackwing Hecty says, heard a joke once. Person goes to doctor, says they're depressed. Oh my god, this is the fucking Watchmen. Hold on, I gotta do my Rorschach voice. This is gonna fuck up my voice even more, but whatever, I'm destroying my throat today, so I guess this is what we're doing. Heard a joke once. Person goes to doctor, says they're depressed, says life seems harsh and cruel, says they feel all alone in a threatening world where what lies ahead is vague and uncertain. Doctor says, treatment is simple. Great pickup tutor. Pagliacci is in town tonight. Go and see him. That should pick you up. Man bursts into tears, says, but doctor, I am Pagliacci. That's good. Dr. Gamble says, okay, this is mean, but do you know that scene where Jerry from Rick and Morty is standing outside and the wind whispers, loser? That's what keeps playing in my head during this video. I do remember that. And Mike Mack says, why does he look like sad, drunk, depressed discount version of Patrick Warburton? I think that question answers itself. Thank you, Casey Aether. I appreciate that.
1966, the four olds were old customs, old cultures, old ideas, and old habits. The Red Guard proceeded to ransack cities and towns in China, started with teetering down and destroying statues, temples, and buildings they deemed represented old culture and old customs. The Red Guard attacked older Chinese citizens, torturing and killing many of them. Red Guard also destroyed priceless works of art, antiques, and most notably, genealogical family records, which are today an important cultural record to most Asian nationals. The Red Guard also engaged...
I feel like it enhances the effect if I just have him at normal speed. What if we crank him down to 0.25? How bad does he sound?
In the campaign of renaming
This will be what he sounds like next year.
buildings, stores, streets, roads, and more communist-friendly names. Let's see, Cali East Street became Red Guard Avenue. Chinese citizens who resisted were often publicly beaten and shamed. Red Guard very nearly obliterated Chinese history with some exceptions in the period of approximately 2 years. So when it goes down, it's going to go quick.
Did you notice I put him back to normal speed? This is the actual speed at which he's speaking.
It's already started. You've already seen a lot of this shit take place in our own streets. Every one of these actions is distinct, identical parallels in the United States of America today.
Yeah, I gradually upped it from 0.25 to normal speed. This is actually how he's speaking in real time.
Culture is systemically replaced with thinly veiled Marxist ideology over the span of approximately 55 years. So it started roughly slightly before the Vietnam War.
Okay, so Terrence, here's a hole in the entirety of what you think, and that is there are no substantial armed extremist communists in the United States. I'm not saying none exists. I know tankies exist, but they do not exist in numbers or an organization capable of taking over the country. So this is drunk, delusional fantasy that you are indulging in, and I think it's very unhealthy for you. Blackwing Hecty says, shame, shame. The Red Guard, probably.
Or after the Korean War. American cultural values have been removed from all aspects of American life, in schools, society, entertainment.
There's black people and gay people in movies now. Our culture's been destroyed.
And politics. If you mention patriotism now,
Patriotism. If you mention patriotism,
you're rebuked as a racist or a nationalist. Well, I'm an Americanist. I'm for America, so they can all fuck off. Or most recently, a white supremacist, or you are in...
Supremacist? I know, that is a hard word when you are that fucking drunk. I'm sure it is. This is so sad because, guys, Baja can tell you the exact number of days. I haven't kept track, but I'm doing well on staying sober. I haven't drank in some time now. I've fucking been there. I know how drunk you have to be, especially if you're someone who drinks often, like I know Terrence does. You have to be so drunk in order to be slurring like this when you drink regularly. It's so bad. He has to be fucking hammered. Bellum Guardian says, that's the drunkest sentence I've ever heard. Like, he legit might not remember filming this video. I'm not kidding. If you're not someone who's ever drank or had a drinking problem, he might not remember filming this video.
To white supremacy. These parallels the Maoist goal of eradicating old customs. There's also this stupid shit about white supremacy, about being on time, working hard, having drive, being polite. Normal stuff you need to get along in today's day and age by the left is now being labeled white supremacists. The North American Insurrectionalist Syndicate, the NAIS, have freely burned American cities, rioted, looted, and destroyed American cultural.
I did not slow him down. This is how he sounds in real time. Speedy Yoshi says, since he's gonna be bitching about drag queens, what would your drag name be? Mine would probably be a pun, but I don't know what. Oh, I'd have to think about it. It would definitely be a pun, but I'd have to consider it. I don't know.
And historical monuments with minimal resistance or consequences levied upon them. Many universities now teach that
this might go in the Chud Watch Hall of Fame. This is hilarious to me, and it shouldn't be, because let me be clear, he's struggling, right? This is a cry for fucking help. But he's also a seditious piece of shit who wants to take over the government. So Ender92 says the screech of an alarm in the darkness awaits Terrence from his drunken slumber. Head pounding from the river of drinks he tries to drown his thoughts and feelings in. Though the haze of the head pain oh wow, this is actually good. Through the haze of the head pain, the thought of his wife's last words to him echo in his head. Terrence, drag queens aren't trying to end civilization. Get your life together. Of course, they are, and he thinks as he takes a warm swill of Everclear from his nightstand. I can't believe my wife was a Chinese psyop. Beautiful. It did cut off. But that's beautiful. You have a wonderful way with words. Profane Priestess says, just a cat girl on the internet, but I'm proud of you for going clean. Thank you.
America is a racist nation. Classical education programs are being increasingly removed from the curriculum. Historic names are being removed from buildings, school streets at an increasing rate. This parallels the Maoist goal of eradicating old ideas and old culture.
How dare you take slave owners off of things? I love that part of American history.
Look
at that. Oh my goodness. Literally, like if he came into a McDonald's, I might be like, for those who don't know, Jake and I worked at McDonald's like 10, 12 years ago or something at this point. If this guy walked into a McDonald's, I might be like, sir, are you okay? Do you like need us to call you a cab or an Uber? Like, are you okay? If we're doing Chud Watch Hall of Fame, I think that's the screenshot, I think. Hold on. I'm just grabbing a screenshot. One sec. Oh yeah, I typically get everything in there. Let me do this.
A-T. Are you scared yet? You scared? All right, you're hearing it here first. Many cities within the USA locked their own populations down under the guise of pandemic, which has in recent days come to light as a combination of deliberate deception on part of the NIAID through Anthony Fauci.
This is all untrue for those who don't know. Blackwing Hecty says, if I worked at McDonald's and he walked in, I'd be like, sir, this is a Wendy's? Hold on, I got a report for that shit.
Which has in round under many cities with
How do you spell Fauci's name? Whatever. By the government. Mike Mack says, can someone get drunk Caillou before he starts temper tantrum?
within the USA locked their own populations down under the guise of pandemic, which has in recent days come to light as a combination of deliberate deception on part of the NIAID through Anthony Fauci, and probably a biological weaponized strain of either influence.
Is being drunk not allowed on YouTube? I think it's similar to Twitch, where people can drink on Twitch or on YouTube, but if it gets to destructive levels, if they're showing them abuse drinking basically and harming themselves, then it can be taken down.
Influenza or the common cold.
Right.
Well, we all know it's a coronavirus, which comes from the common cold, and in my personal opinion, they souped it up for some extra shit.
In your own personal, completely uneducated opinion, that and $1 will buy you a burger at McDonald's.
Which is starting to come out.
Actually, that's not true. You need tax as well. Are cheeseburgers at McDonald's still $1? Probably not. They probably haven't been for years. You get what the point I'm making.
Mainstream media. Okay, it came from Wuhan, China. The result of these lockdowns was an erasure of normalcy in the USA.
Normalcy?
No contact, no handshaking, no gathering, no socializing, no faces. This parallels the Maoist goal of eradicating old habits. You didn't even know what's happening to you, did you?
Well, I'm not trashed, so that helps. Lupine, come on, get up here. If you want to be here, come up on the table. Let me exploit your cuteness for my stream. No? Okay, you can sit there. Giga Sam says, there's a war with Russia in 48 hours in case you're interested. What does that mean? Oh, it's the QAnon guy.
If Trump don't come back right this moment, World War III is imminent. You know, I don't want war. I don't want people to die because of this idiot Joe Biden. We gotta pray, man. We gotta pray hard. Texas News Network is reporting that war is imminent almost. Propaganda is going to start in 48 hours to go to war with Russia.
What's he gonna do in 48 hours when nothing happens? Tucker White says, did someone slip me some, alprazolam? Or is this guy just a charisma black hole? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that medication. Quiet One says, the normalcy of mouse goals.
All news networks are going to be talking about it. It's going to be everywhere, 24/7, everywhere. So when it happens, come back to me and tell me I'm wrong, because I'm not wrong. I'll bet everything I own on this. The war drums are going to they're going to be calling for...
Okay, he posted this yesterday, so it's been at least... Oh, he turned the comments off. Come and tell me I'm wrong. But you can't, because I disabled comments. RTK says, I thought Peter said World War III already happened. Yeah, they're not on the same page. Tea with Goblin says, Sydney is currently under a 2-week lockdown because we're getting utterly bollocksed by the Delta variant. I'm still waiting on my test results. Consequently, COVID deniers and anti-vaxxers can suck my left one. It's this Majestic 12. oh, baby. Careful.
MSNBC, MSNBC, CBS, ABC, all those idiots are going to be calling for war with Russia. It ain't going to happen, though. Trump is in control of the military. Joe Biden, you have nothing on Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the best ever. Donald Trump, Ohio rally is the best ever. I loved it. But hey, war propaganda, calls for war are going to start in 48 hours. I give Texas News Network credit for this story. If you want, go look at it on Texas News Network.
Did you say Texas News Network?
Subscribe to them, subscribe to me, watch my channel, like, and subscribe. Let me know if you want to buy a Patriot Party Podcast t-shirt. Never give up, never give in, never surrender. It's a beautiful shirt, please. It's in my videos. Look at it. It's $20 only. Cheaper than a lot of the shirts on here. $20 for a shirt, plus shipping. Come on now. Somebody buy one. It's a beautiful shirt, and I need the support. But hey, propaganda wars.
What's the shirt look like?
Coming. They're going to be... all the news networks are going to start calling for war.
Mike, I can't say that.
I'm leaving the comments on. I don't care what you guys say anymore. You want to be idiots? I'm going to keep your comments and show you what's going on when it happens. Trolls, you suck. You don't understand what's going on. War is coming. War is coming. I guarantee it. But if Donald Trump is put back in office right now, war will not come. He's acknowledged. He's already in office. We need to acknowledge him and take our country back. Do not allow a war to happen, America. I'm calling out on the patriots. Do not let the war happen. Let's get Trump back in there right this moment. Right today, right now, right today. Never, never later, right now. This is Patriot Party Podcast. Never give up, never give in, never surrender. I've been saying that for months.
This guy needs to learn about camera angles, right? Because, like, you want to do up here. A downward angle always looks better. Because, like, oh, do I want to do this? I'm shameless enough. Let's say I take this camera and, you know, up here. I have self-image issues, but, you know, it's workable. But let's say I film down here. Hi, everyone. Doesn't look as good. And my makeup does not work from that angle at all. Sky Comet Fallen says, a New York Times article from today indicated that over 90% of new COVID cases are among red states and counties, and all the spikes are in red areas. Mild shock.
Donald Trump finally said it's the full thing I said. Thank you, Trump. If you see these videos, I'm a patriot. I love you, Trump.
Bye, Lou.
You're the best president ever. And God bless you. God put you in there for 8 years. And you're going to be in there for 8 years. Overcome high or hell or high waters. You're coming back immediately right now. I guarantee you, July 4th, Donald Trump will be back in office.
This was the thing he cited? Oh Oh my god, is it just crazy text ramblings? Oh my goodness, no. Oh.
Worshipped the beast or his image, and had not received the mark on their forehead and on their hand, and they came to life and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. And who will
This seems like a legitimate news network.
behead these Christians? I believe that this question is answered in the following scripture, not a...
What's this about an emergency lemon tribe? Okay, this is gonna get saved for conspiracy stuff, because they're clearly crazy. And let's go back to Drunky McDrunkerton.
Given these facts and events compelled with increased evidence of CCP influence in the United States of America, see included report believes that the CCP and associated NAIS groups within the United States of America have been waging a calculated campaign of four olds within the United States of America for at least 55 years. View the CCP and the NAIS Four Olds campaign as clear and present danger to the national security of the United States of America and its continued sovereignty. All right, now a copy of this will be sent out with the Pops Prepper newsletter, along with a cell phone contact tree for, I believe it's Antifa and BLM. Now, I'm going to go in more detail into this in the future, but...
Is he starting a network of terrorists?
You know, if you have a cell phone and it's hooked up to you directly and they know who you are, everyone you call, talk to on a regular basis will be put into a tree, and then they will make a determination if you're a threat or not. Now, I'll get to that in another video. Now, the second part of this video here, the purge has begun. All right, now a lot of guys have sent me articles.
Did the owner of the channel get some drunk hobo to come read this? Nah, he's just not doing okay.
About all of the craziness that's taken place in regards to the U.S. military.
I think he's really upset because recently one of the people high up in the military basically said that critical race theory is a good thing and it's important to recognize the reality of the history of the United States. And I think he didn't take that very well. RTK says, make sure your contact info is up to date.
Now, on the Nellis Air Force Base, apparently they have authorized, I don't know if they've actually gone through with it yet, but a drag queen show.
Yeah, drag shows are fun. I don't really see an issue. Air Force bases and different military installations have entertainment come to keep morale up sometimes. I don't really see an issue with the drag show thing.
All right, Nellis Air Force Base is a huge hub for the entire Air Force. It flies people out to Area 51 that quote-unquote doesn't exist. It's got a huge amount of B-52s and other strategic airframes. And that Air Force Base is used as a training ground for the newbies in the Air Force. They're cool with this. This is the Air Force doing this. It's a matter of time before you see this happen in other posts throughout the U.S. military. Now, another disturbing
Terrence,
one
I just have
is
to ask, what the fuck do you care if they have a drag show? Who the fuck cares? Like, what, I don't even understand what his issue is? Like, does he just think the fact that there's going to be a drag show on a military base means that the world is ending? Can't say I get it. Tucker White says, wait, he just skipped over the purge, so is Ethan Hawke the mastermind behind all of this? And Logarth says, and as we all know, B-52s do not work when exposed to sassy gay men in women's clothing and makeup.
1st Battalion, 8th Infantry Regiment Battalion Commander basically came out and said, if you are white, you're part of the problem.
That's definitely not what he said.
Now, he's since been relieved I believe his sergeant major got wind of what was going on and pulled the strings of administrative violence and basically made sure that he's now doing a dance with the IG, and we'll see what.
I find that funny considering a while back, there was someone somewhere in the armed forces, I don't remember which branch, who wrote a book basically saying they think that, like, the SJW, neo-Marxist, whatever, liberals are taking over the military and whatever, and they wrote a book about this, and they got in trouble for that because as a member of the military, you're not really supposed to discuss politics in that way, in public at least, like that. And people like Terrence Popp were pissed off about that, but now the same thing, I guess, happened to someone else on a different political side, and now they're happy about it? Weird. Bellum Guardian says, the secret to taking down the entire U.S. military? Glitter. And lip syncing.
What happens to him. But this is a battalion commander. Battalion commanders run battalions of guys.
Okay.
A battalion at a minimum is 3 companies of men. Each company will have between 125 and 160 men in it, depending upon how many platoons.
Okay, so it's one guy who at max has like 400 people under his command. Do you know how big the Air Force is? There's almost 500,000 people, I think, in the Air Force. Or wait, no, it's like 300,000, something like that. I apologize. Mightiest Quinn says, pretty sure the English and American military had drag shows during the 2 world wars and no one really cared. Why do they care now? Because culture war or something. And Tea with Goblins says, Terrence's worst nightmare.
Right. Now let's see something decent and military.
This is Monty Python. I can't play Monty Python. Don't send me clips of things that are copyrighted. I've said this a million times. Profane Priestess says, here's a link to the general's interview. Military top officer schools congressman on critical race theory, white rage and communism. Yeah, I heard about this.
I know my time is very precious, but I would like to yield some of my time to General Milley because I know that he had some comments that he wanted to make when Representative Gates was talking, as well as Mr. Waltz, about a similar subject of the stand down and race theory. Would you like a minute or so to comment on that? Do you remember what your line of questioning or thought was there?
Sure. First of all, on the issue of critical race theory, et cetera, I'll obviously have to get much smarter on whatever the theory is. But I do think it's important, actually, for those of us in uniform to be open-minded and be widely read. And the United States Military Academy is a university. And it is important that we train and we understand. And I want to understand white rage, and I'm white, and I want to understand it. So what is it that caused thousands of people to assault this building and try to overturn the Constitution of the United States of America? What caused that? I want to find that out. I want to maintain an open mind here, and I do want to analyze it. It's important that we understand that because our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians, they come from the American people. So it is important that the leaders, now and in the future, do understand it. I've read Mao Zedong. I've read Karl Marx. I've read Lenin. That doesn't make me a communist. So what is wrong with understanding, having some situational understanding about the country for which we are here to defend?
Based.
And I personally find it offensive that we are accusing the United States military, our general officers, our commissioned, non-commissioned officers, of being, quote, woke or something else because we're studying some theories that are out there. That was started at Harvard Law School years ago, and it proposed that there were laws in the United States, antebellum laws prior to the Civil War, that led to a power differential with African Americans that were 3/4 of a human being when this country was formed. And then we had a Civil War and Emancipation Proclamation to change it. And we brought it up to the Civil Rights Act in 1964. It took another 100 years to change that. So look it, I do want to know. And I respect your service, and you and I are both Green Berets. But I want to know. And it matters to our military and the discipline and cohesion of this military. And I thank you for the opportunity to make a comment on that.
Thank you.
That was good. That was very good. I assume he's going to bitch about that. Tucker White says, Southern Hannah, well, he's a commie liberal now, even admitted to reading Marx. Pickled Alien, thanks for subscribing for 2 months.
And sections you have. Some battalions now have 4 and 5 companies. All right, they might have a company of commo and a support company. All right, I know the regiment has basically added a battalion support company. All right, that's a lot of people. I thought they were cracking down on how they were selecting battalion commanders. Oh, that's right. They don't give a fuck anymore because the purge has begun.
I'm gonna guess he's gonna be mad about them vetting people for extreme views. Because there have been reports that they're trying to vet out, like, white supremacists, people who are, like, QAnon followers, stuff like that. I thought the right was in favor of extreme vetting.
All right, if you are in your first enlistment, finish it up, get the fuck out, because this is going to get a bumpy ride real soon.
I agree. Everyone who is a fan of Terrence and is in the military, get out. Please.
And real quick. Extremist training is being taught in the military, which is basically narc on your friend. There's all kinds of crazy shit that you're not allowed to do or say now.
Examples. Give me examples, Terrence.
Which is against the First Amendment and...
You're in the military. That's not exactly how that works. If you enlist in the military, they're absolutely allowed to tell you can't talk about certain things while in uniform, on army bases, whatever. When you sign into the military, you sign away some of your fucking rights. You should know that, Terrence. You claim to have been in the military. Tucker White says, let's be honest, the only real requirement is probably killing brown people when Raytheon demands it. And Tea with Goblin says, wait, you mean the military doesn't want people with extreme views having access to automatic weapons and combat training? That's communisms!
Technically is against its old army regulations. But those are going to get changed pretty damn quick because those are an obstacle to, you guessed it, the purge is coming.
Tea with Goblin says, nope, I read that one, sorry.
All right, now I am going to attach an official copy of the slide deck that was sent to me by one of my sources that was used in his particular unit. Basically what happens is the main slide deck comes down from higher. You just copy and paste things pertaining to your particular unit section, what have you. It's just like an op order, which is an operation order for those of you who are never in the military. And that's how that works. So we're going to try to put it up on a link somewhere, probably on the Redonkulous site, and then link it in a pinned comment under this video. And a copy of the slides will go out with the latest newsletter for Pops Preppers. Okay, I try to put it out once every month or 2 months. And what I'm going to do is probably write the new one, attach it to the old one, so it just becomes one long continuous document. There will be links to my videos in there and so forth, and equipment that you might need. Okay, CR.
Is Styx banned on Twitch because of videos like this? I mean, maybe. Is he banned on Twitch? I didn't even know he got banned from Twitch. That'd be funny as shit. I know that Rageaholic Razor Fist guy got banned, which is why we don't cover him anymore.
Which is critical race theory, is now being briefed in the military in nauseam. This is starting to get a lot of pushback, though, and it's getting a lot of pushback in the civilian sector, because it's absolute bullshit.
Acknowledging racism is bullshit, because then I can't be openly racist without people criticizing me. Hats off. I'm gonna go with classes.
It is Marxism veiled under a different name.
How? I've not had any of them explain that to me. I hope he goes into it.
Period.
Razor Fist got banned from Twitch. Yes.
Okay. That's all it is.
Did anyone answer? Did Styx get banned as well?
Top brass is now defending the teaching of critical race theory.
Yeah, which we saw. It was good?
Top brass. All right, now, in my 33 years in the military, I've known probably 2,000 officers. Out of 2,000 officers, 12 of them were worth a damn, and 3 of them are now dead.
No offense, Terrence, but I don't exactly trust your judgment. Sorry.
A large majority of those officers are nothing but dick-sucking, ass-fucking, backstabbing pieces of shit. Who are mediocre at best, and a large amount of pieces of shit are nothing dead. A large majority of those officers are nothing but
Ooh, he was drunk in this one.
dick-sucking, ass-fucking, backstabbing pieces of shit who are mediocre at best, and a large amount of them were completely incompetent. And they continue to get promoted up the chain based on how well, they, worship the rod and take it in the booty and stab their, fellow brethren in the back.
I think Terrence is mad that he was a shitty soldier.
That's one of the main reasons I didn't drop a packet to become an officer.
Oh, I'm sure that's the reason. I'm sure you didn't continue to excel in your career because you thought everyone was gay and not because you just sucked at your job. Your wife left you and your kids won't talk to you. You're drunk in this video. Your life is falling apart, Terrence. Get a grip.
In 1996, when I got my 4-year degree. All right, I basically told them to fuck off. And while I was in college, I kept getting letters from Eastern Michigan, Northern Michigan, Michigan State, University of Michigan to join their ROTC program, which I promptly told them to fuck off. On 2 of them, one, I called them on the phone and told them to take me off their fucking list. And the other one, I went in there, stood in front of a battalion commander and said, if you don't take me off this list, I'm going to come here in my civilian clothes and push your goddamn face in.
Okay, hi, FBI. I have to report a terrorist, a future mass shooter. His name is Terrence Pop, and he's gonna take out a lot of people. So you might want to do literally anything. That'd be great.
They took me off the fucking list. Fuck them. They don't deserve guys like me.
I would hope no one deserves guys like you, Terrence.
All right, now, in my professional opinion, this is going to destroy the military. All right, for everyone out there that's...
It's the largest military on Earth by far, but it's going to be destroyed by acknowledging that racism exists. Beautiful.
Sees this. If you do not have to go in the military, as it stands now, I'm afraid I'm going to advise against it. If you have to go in, check with your recruiter and find out what the minimum amount of time is to get your GI Bill. I think it's 3 years. Do that and get the fuck out. Don't even care about getting promoted to sergeant. Just, check out as the E4. You did your time. You're square at the house. Okay, because in the
I'm
next
glad you made it to your car, Baja.
10 years, and my prediction is the military's going to have to start drafting people.
That would go badly, but we'll start the clock on that. 2031, we'll check back in.
Because they're shitting the bed on this one. All right, they're going to get a lot of pushback, and I'm ashamed to say it, but the military is sold out. The Army has sold out. The brass is basically sticking a knife in all of the commanders below him at the top, plus those commanders are sticking a knife in the back of all the soldiers they command. All right, that's it for me. You seen enough Spun Up Pop? I'll see you later.
Wow, he is not doing well, is he? Holy shit. Wowzers. Okay, here's his video if anyone wants a link for whatever reason. Jesus. That is some scary shit. Terrence Pop is like one of these days he's gonna go to the liquor store and they're not gonna have his favorite brand or something, or they're gonna be closed for a holiday and he's gonna have to be sober for 24 straight hours. And he's gonna snap and kill people, I'm telling you. Pickled Alien says the military sucks because I can't be as much of a fascist as a weird angle I'm not used to. I know. I know. I hope his wife has a restraining order or something. Kind of hope she has a gun, because I could see him trying to do some shit to his wife because he's bitter, and that would be bad. Okay, after Terrence Pop's drunk nightmare, let's do something a little lighter. Let's do Jeremy complaining about some rumor about Marvel's, quote, feminist agenda. How many times is he going to say woke in this video? Over, under 5. You know what? We're going to do a poll, okay? Wait, can you set up... How do you set up, like, a bet? One of the mods, if you know how to set up one of those wager things... do one that's a vote for under 5 times he says woke or over 5 times he says woke. One Speedy Yoshi says, yes, Jeremy bitching, I love it. I should probably figure out how to do that. Hold on. Is it prediction? Hold on. Okay, I'll set this up. Hold on. How do we change the odds? Oh, there we go. Okay. Prediction! Do it. Let's watch this stupid video.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I think many of you have probably suspected, as I have, that Marvel has a bit of an agenda, a plan, a goal moving forward in terms of what they do with the MCU. Now that, you know, mainstays like Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, Chris Evans' Captain America, Mark Ruffalo's Incredible Hulk, you know, these Jeremy Renner's Hawkeye, although he's still going to do something, but he's eventually going to pass it off to Kate Bishop too. So what is the future for Marvel? Well, the future is, of course, female. Just like Star Wars, everybody loved Rey. I mean, an infallible character that earned every bit of the power level she had. And, you know, I think
They're
the review...
still so mad about Rey. Guys, it's a Star Wars movie. Chill out. Hydrate.
For great movies like The Last Jedi also prove that the world wants no more men in all these shows. Now, look, obviously,
Jeremy,
you have
the things that were wrong with the Star Wars sequel trilogy have nothing to do with the inclusion of a female protagonist or Finn being a thing. The things that were wrong about that series were J.J. Abrams. Pretty simple.
The thing is, like, the Avengers have always had strong female characters. You know, obviously, I don't think there's many people that have any problem whatsoever with Black Widow. I think that Wanda is largely beloved by people. Captain Marvel, obviously, infallible.
He just can't get over it.
Played by the perfect Brie Larson. So, you know, I think that, you know, a good mix is a good thing to have. Problem is when you go too far the other direction, when it looks forced and weird. Now this,
when we have all male Avengers except Black Widow, that's normal. But if there's any sort of balance, even if there's one more woman than there is a man, then all of a sudden it's forced. Funny how that works, isn't it? It's not forced when it's all men, but when it's more women, all of a sudden it's forced. Wonder where that comes from. Blackwing Hecty says, now I'm getting House of M climax vibes with no more men instead.
this article, via Bounding into Comics, says, WandaVision writer Jack Schaefer reveals Marvel's feminist agenda. Schaefer spoke with Variety about Marvel Studios' latest show, providing details about the design of the show, but also provided a glimpse at Marvel's feminist agenda. First, he stated, the design of the show from the early on was that we were going to front load the TV sitcom stuff and the Twilight Zone aspects with this Lynchian vibe. By the way, I did love that. Then we would get a more cut and dry superhero fare with the blasty and the people flying in the air, all the wire work in the middle of the narrative, and then we would end on this big bang, she continued. Schaefer previously claimed she struggled to read comics, and she explained, I'm not a very good comic reader. What? They're not like puzzles. They're like the least... What?
Some people just don't like comics. That's fine. They might not like the format. I don't see an issue with that. And I'm someone who loves comics, but, like, I don't see why you'd get mad about that. Different people have different taste, and she made a really good show, so I don't see the issue. Mike Mack says, apparently Blade, Bucky, Sam, and any future male characters are now female.
How do you have a hard time reading a comic book?
She said she's a bad comic reader, which I assume just means that she didn't like them and had trouble getting through them for whatever reason.
I have a hard time digesting the storylines, and I never know which cell to look at. Really? You read them all the same? Okay, whatever. And I don't know, I'm a disappointment, perhaps, to the fandom in that way. But
he's doing pretty good so far. He's almost 3 minutes in, and he hasn't said woke once. So...
But the imagery is always, of course, very startling and moving and inspiring, and was Kevin Feige's idea to marry Wanda and Vision to the sitcom world. Nevertheless, she tells Variety, comics and comic material often have women who have epic powers on a scale that's so enormous that it could destroy the world. Their narrative often goes in a direction where she comes undone emotionally and can't control it, she continued. I mean, I would argue that this happens to all superheroes. I don't believe that this is a specific thing about women. How about in Logan, where Professor Xavier is old and losing control, can't control his powers.
Sure, but that's not usually a trope, is what she's saying, Jeremy. You can always point out, like, one or two things that are, like, exceptions. But what they're saying is that often in narratives about women with power, there will be some sort of underlying theme or idea of the woman not being able to control her powers because of emotionality. This was touched on in Captain Marvel as well, which I know you don't like that movie, but that was also a theme of that movie, and sort of eschewing that idea and that trope and saying, no, fuck that. That's a stupid trope. But that is definitely a thing that has happened before.
And Logan has to constantly keep him sedated to keep the world from imploding, right? You know, much of what drives the villain side of superhero world.
And true, yes, that's because of dementia, not because of emotions. The idea that, like, emotional instability leading to issues is often attributed to women because the stereotype of women is that they're very emotional and unable to control their feelings.
Is them not able to or unwilling to control their powers. Look at Deadpool, the little kid.
Dark Phoenix, yep, good point.
Kid, right? The male kid with the fire hands. I forget what his name was, right?
I think it was Russell, and his issue was not that he couldn't control his power. His issue was that he was abused and decided to use his power to hurt others because of it and to get revenge, and that turns him into, in the future, a, like, evil dictator person.
You know, the entire storyline was about him.
Professor X was dead in Old Man Logan. He's talking about the movie Logan, though.
Not being able to control his powers, not a woman. So obviously this is not a uniquely woman thing. This attitude doesn't appear to be coming just from Schaefer, as Marvel Studios boss Kevin Feige previously detailed that a Doctor Strange cameo was cut from the show. Some people might say, oh, it would have been so cool to see Doctor Strange, but it would have taken away from Wanda, Feige explained. Well, we already knew that. He added, we didn't want to end the show to be commoditized to go to the next movie. Here's the white guy. Let me show you how the power works. So you would have had Doctor Strange if Doctor Strange was a different skin color.
That's not what he's saying, Jeremy. The fact is Doctor Strange is a white guy, so he's saying that within the narrative of Wanda using her abilities and discovering abilities she never understood that she had before, to at the end have some generic white guy, Doctor Strange, show up and be like, all right, come on, I'll Deus Ex Machina your powers or whatever, would be iffy within the narrative that they're telling, and I would tend to agree. I think a Doctor Strange cameo would have been cool, but I get why it didn't happen. Honestly, though, I think that's a justification they're giving. I think more likely COVID just screwed up their plans to film the cameo, and they decided to use that as an excuse. Because Marvel's never been above pandering in that way before, so I really don't see why this would be any different. This is a great panel from a Spider-Man comic that says, with the DNA we liberated from the grave desecration you call a museum, I have perfected the Sorinization process. You rice paper puppets will be given forms benefiting Earth's dominant species. You can rewrite DNA on the fly and you're using it to turn people into dinosaurs? With that tech, you could cure cancer. But I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into dinosaurs.
Is that what your point is there? So while she might not say that she can't control her powers, it's definitely shown throughout the show that she can't control them. It's not that she can't control them. I mean, that is part of it, but it's also, I think, the narrative, or the real interesting part of WandaVision is that she is controlling them quite well, and that she's enslaved an entire city of people. And
oh, well, not quite. I mean, a little bit, especially near the end when she definitely has control, at least on some level, over it. But it's very clear throughout the entire series that Wanda started this unconsciously and was doing it unconsciously for the majority of the series. And even through the end, even when she knew she was doing it, I still don't think she understood quite how she was doing it. It was sort of an unconscious thing. That was a big part of it. Agatha talked about it, so you're just wrong on that.
And Marvel expects me to think she's a hero.
No? You're supposed to think she's a character with power that did something really fucked up, and that will be continued on in Doctor Strange 2. Have you read anything about Scarlet Witch in the comics? Scarlet Witch has done really fucked up things there too. Not every hero in the comics has to be 100% like all the time. They've never done anything wrong. That's what's interesting, is that she's done terrible things, but she also has this other thing where she's like works with the Avengers and she like does want to help people, but she has so much power that she's committed atrocities because of them. It's very interesting. You don't have to think she's a hero if you don't want. It's fine.
Interestingly enough, while they would not allow Wanda to utter those words, it's a main theme in Tony Stark, aka Iron Man's arc throughout the MCU. The first film is all about his weapons falling out of his control. The second is his Iron Man technology being recruited.
Tucker White says, is this anti-SJW shit just white noise to anyone else now? I'm so desensitized to this nonsense, I can't even bring myself to laugh at the stupidity anymore. I know. I'm curious how the quartering is doing on, like, Social Blade. Hold on. I'm not trying to be a dick here, I'm genuinely curious. Just because I don't know how people stand this shit unironically anymore. It's just the same video every single time. It's always the same video. I mean, he's not getting as many subscribers as he used to, but he's still getting them. I don't get it. I don't get how anyone can stand this shit at this point. But whatever. Chud's gonna chud.
By Whiplash and exploited by Justin Hammer. Stark's fear of losing control leads him to create Ultron, who tries to wipe out all of humanity. That fear also leads him to initially side against Captain America in the Civil War film. Tony Stark isn't the only character who explores this theme in Marvel Cinematic Universe. Spider-Man famously struggles with his powers. In Spider-Man Homecoming, Stark has to save the day when Spider-Man attempts to jump Vulture during an arms deal. Spider-Man makes a mess of it and results in the ferry boat being split in half and sinking into the river. Fortunately, Stark is able to save the day and repair the boat and break up the arms deal, but Vulture is able to escape. I mean, another...
Blackwing Hecty says, I'm not saying it's hot out, but I just saw two short, barefooted men throw a ring into my backyard.
There is Hulk, obviously Hulk. So, this article goes on further to, further identify my point, or expand upon my point. Obviously, Ant-Man was another example. Despite all these examples from the MCU of male characters saying this, Schaefer's claim that Wanda wouldn't say this shouldn't come as a surprise. Schaefer has previously claimed, I'm not...
It's almost like context matters, right? And also, those characters ended up solving their own problems and getting a hold on them, which we see Wanda start to do in the post-credit scene of the last episode of WandaVision. Mike Mack says if they read comics, they'd realize the strongest characters are genderless, aka the Living Tribunal, one above all, one below all, Beyonders, etc., and is followed by male characters like Franklin Richards, Molecule Man, Beyonder, Marquis of Death, Portage. There's not a lot of overpowered female characters.
Not very interested.
Wanda's pretty powerful. She's a reality warper, but she's not... I don't think she's Franklin Richards' level of powerful.
And adhering to another comic...
She's a Nexus being, though, but I don't know.
...canon that this is discriminatory in any way that violates my system of values. Well, it appears we found out one piece of comic canon that she definitely will not adhere to. Wanda will not be allowed to admit that she can't control her power, and it's more than likely we won't see any more scenes with Wanda where she struggles to control her power like we did in the beginning of Captain America Civil War.
I mean, I assume she's learning... We saw at the end of the thing that she's learning how to use her power, so she's probably going to be good at using her powers in the future. That's fine. Doctor Strange was rough on his powers until the end of his movie, and now he's the master of the arcane arts, and we don't ever see him struggle with his powers. Same thing. Tucker White says, at least... It's funny because he's actually illustrating the exact point she's trying to make, which is that his expectations for the norm is that because Wanda is a woman, she should continually, as a core tenet of her character, struggle to control her powers, whereas he doesn't feel the same way about someone like Doctor Strange. Like, yes, it's important for characters to go through that learning to control their abilities phase. We see this in most superhero fiction, and WandaVision is very much about that. But then, at the end of that arc, she learns to control it and then has mastery over her abilities, just like Doctor Strange did, just like Iron Man did, just like arguably Hulk did in his first movie, a little bit at least. His arc sort of rounds out with the Avengers movies. But, like, this is just kind of how this sort of fictional story goes. Tucker White says, at least when T.J. Kirk delved into the anti-SJW waters, he at least made substantial arguments against the more dumb and harmful aspects. With guys like Jeremy, it's literally the same shit I heard from Sargon back in 2015. Well, before he went full TradCon.
I don't know that this, like... How do I say this? You know, is this exposing a feminist plan?
No?
I don't know. I think what it's more about, I suppose you could make that argument, but certainly what it does do is it goes into how Marvel doesn't want weak female characters. And anything that...
Is that an issue?
could be perceived as weakness, whether that's not being able to control your powers, which is...
In their superhero movies, it's good for your heroes to have vulnerabilities and have human, faults. But that doesn't mean you have to make them weak. Iron Man has faults. Tony Stark is an egotistical asshole who hides things from his team because he thinks he's smarter than everyone, and he might even be right, but he'll think that he's so right and more right than everyone that he'll take action without their consent, right? That's a flaw, but it doesn't make him less powerful. Captain America, loyal to a fault, will put himself in danger constantly for other people because he's self-sacrificing. That doesn't make him less powerful, but it is arguably a fault, right? Thor, very full of himself, believes himself to be, and he is very powerful, but we often see in his personality a huge amount of confidence. Earned confidence, but it can get over the top and cause him to make mistakes. Hulk is a whole other bag of worms, you know? But, you can have characters with flaws and have them be human without having them be depowered or less powerful in some way by having those flaws. Mike Mack says, it's almost like these characters are human or human-like.
A trope that they've used many times in terms of their male characters, to denying the fact that Wanda is clearly a villain during WandaVision. You know, I don't know. I don't love it. I don't think it does a lot of good. I don't think it does a lot of good to the characters to make them Mary Sue's.
What? Littlest Little Leafy becomes the stream boss. Thank you.
You can see some of these comments. You know, was the series a success by any measure at all? I'm asking the question.
Yes! Yes, it was! All the Marvel shows have been popular so far. I'm so sick of these, weird media chud groups being like, are the shows even doing well? The ratings are so bad. But the ratings aren't, publicly available. It's just speculation they're making because they don't like the content of the shows because they tend to be socially progressive and inclusive. So they're like, they must be doing bad because I don't like them personally. It's so ridiculous.
Is there any reason to believe that
Defenders isn't a Disney show. We're talking about the Disney Plus show. Defenders was not good, but that was a Netflix thing. They're talking about specifically right now WandaVision and also Falcon and the Winter Soldier and Loki, which have varying levels of quality, not only from series to series, but episode to episode. But nonetheless, they've been popular for Disney Plus. They're some of their most popular shit. That and The Mandalorian are the most popular shows on Disney Plus.
Bragging about the series. I think people did like WandaVision. You know, you could see minor problem is that they've been doing feminist subversion of superhero genre since the 70s. So all you're doing is subverting previous feminist subversions to even more extreme
What feminist subversion was done in superhero movies in the 70s? Mike Mack says, when Chuds realized that comics were always political and left-leaning.
interpretations of feminism.
Are you telling me that a genre pioneered by Jewish immigrants in New York City have progressive viewpoints generally? Nah.
I don't know. You know, I think Jay Schaefer, or whatever her name is, what is her name? Jack Schaefer. Probably is more interested. I mean, the fact that she admits she doesn't even know how to read comics, probably not a good thing to admit.
Okay, she's being honest. She still made a really good show. I don't see the issue. I don't think that, and I think this is kind of like gatekeepy bullshit, I don't think you have to necessarily be a fan of comic books previously in order to write or direct a comic book show or movie. it would probably be helpful, and I would hope that once you get onto the project, you go and you read some just to understand what the story is like and what the characters are like. But I don't think you need to be a big nerdy comic book fan like me in order to successfully make an adaptation. That's not how anything works.
Again, is this some grand reveal to most of us? No. We've known that this is what Marvel wants to do.
How dare they want strong female characters? One Speedy Yoshi says, I find it so funny that they all hate on WandaVision because Wanda literally wants to be a trad wife who stays at home and looks after kids, cooks dinner and cleans the house. This is literally what they complain about not seeing anymore in movies and shows and shit. They're just not happy. They're just never going to be happy because they're very, very sad. And they project that sadness onto other things and act like it's other things' fault and not just the fact that they're fucking miserable.
We know that the future is female for Marvel. We know that, you know, it is interesting though when we look at the Marvels, right, which is like an all-female cast as so far, I think, right? We've got obviously the beautiful, perfect Captain Marvel, and then we have Miss Marvel. You know, why do they keep pushing these films back? That's actually
COVID, you idiot.
Actually a question that I'm wondering about, because in spite of them wanting this future for the MCU, I think it's more complicated than that. I think they know that they can't just trot out another Captain Marvel movie and expect it to make $1 billion.
Are you fucking serious, Jeremy? You're pretending you don't know what happened in 2020 with the film industry? Profane Priestess, thanks for subscribing for 10 months. Our sub baby is 1 month old. I hope they're doing well. One Speedy Yoshi says, beautiful, perfect Captain Marvel. I know he's being sarcastic, but she was literally helping commit genocide before she realized what she was doing. I know. He's being obtuse intentionally because Brie Larson is a feminist and talks about it.
Just won't. Especially in the modern day cinema world where we're basically celebrating a movie for just passing the $100 million mark. We saw this with A Quiet Place passing $100 million, but it was a theater only release. That's probably by most definitions a flop, right? Now, what will they make on, I don't know, they're going to be on HBO Max or whatever the case may be. I think that Marvel probably is concerned that fans won't take to it because I think what they've done of the...
On, I think, July 9th, let me see. I think July 9th, Black Widow comes out, and it's going to be on Disney+. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to fucking buy that shit, and I'm going to watch it. Because I don't like movie theaters. I mean, okay, I like movie theaters. I hate other movie theater patrons. They're awful. They sit on their fucking phones and blind me during the movie and won't shut the fuck up during the movie. So instead, I'm going to hang out at my house and enjoy the movie on my own. Well, not on my own. That's actually a Friday. Baja and I can watch Black Widow that day. That'll be great. Tucker White says, Jeremy, it's on Disney. We're talking about it's always going to be a hit because the mouse rules over us all. I know.
Is they've run this Marvel story arc to its natural conclusion, and it was
I'm a boomer for finding it rude when people fucking blare their fucking cell phone light during a movie. If I'm a boomer for that, then good. I'm glad I'm a boomer then. Turn your fucking phone off. We're at a movie. Tea with Goblin says he's so angry at women, queers, people of color being prominent in Marvel films that he's willing to see the entire studio fail. How pathetic. And it's so funny, too, because, let's see, upcoming Marvel movies. Let's see what's upcoming for Marvel. Okay, so we have Black Widow. So that's a female-led movie. We're gonna try and probably do Fingers. I don't know. Let me see if Rotten Tomatoes. I need a succinct list. Okay, so we just... Falcon and the Winter Soldier just released. That's starring 2 male leads. Loki just came out, male leads. WandaVision, Wanda was the lead, so a woman was the lead. But also Vision was big in it. But he's a supporting actor, so sure, we'll count Wanda as the protagonist there. Black Widow, again, woman, so we're at 2 so far. Shang-Chi, another dude. Eternals, I'm just gonna keep it the same because it's a cast of multiple people of different genders and stuff. Spider-Man, another dude. What If? That's an anthology, so just gonna skip it. Hawkeye, a show about a dude. Miss Marvel, show about a girl. Doctor Strange, dude. 6 is over here. Thor, 7 is over here. She-Hulk, 4, so we're at 7-4. Black Panther, that's actually, we're not sure yet, so I'm just not going to count that because Chadwick unfortunately passed away. The Marvels, 6, so we're at 7-6. Guardians of the Galaxy, again, it's a group of multiple people, but it's mostly men, but I'll just consider it whatever. Ant-Man and the Wasp, again, it's a male and female lead. Guardians 3, same thing. Fantastic Four, mostly men except for Sue. Blade is a dude. Deadpool 3 is a dude. Captain America 4 is a dude. Moon Knight is a dude. Secret Invasion is starring Nick Fury, who is a dude. Ironheart, woman. Armor Wars is about Rhodey, dude. I Am Groot. Does Groot even have a gender? I don't know. Do you see what I'm saying here? The majority of the future Marvel projects are still male-led, but the fact that there's even a little bit more female representation amongst the protagonists here pisses him off. He doesn't want equality. He wants absolute male domination over the characters in the series.
The satisfying one. However, they seem unsure on how to restart it. They have this great tool.
One Speedy Yoshi says, everyone go see The Marvels so it's in the top 20 highest grossing movies and he can shut up about it flopping. That'd be nice.
Tool in Disney Plus to be able to continue the stories with things like...
You're sick of superheroes? I get it. There's a lot of it and has been for like a decade. I enjoy it, but I totally understand if everyone else is sick of it.
Like Loki and WandaVision and Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but I'm not sure how that translates to restarting the movies. How many people are watching the X-Men series, or I'm sorry, the Marvel series is on Disney Plus, and compared to how many people were tuning into the movie theaters is vastly different numbers. Will they ever, bring these movies back to the big screen? The fact that they even...
Yes. They're releasing Black Widow in theaters, too, on July 9th. It's probably not going to do as well because people are still worried about COVID shit. Understandably, there's a new variant out that's, virulent. But it's probably not going to do as well, but it's going to make up for some of that on Disney+.
Ever greenlit the Eternals has to be an absolute insane person.
I think the Eternals will probably do fine. I think Jeremy, again, doesn't like the Eternals because there are multiple non-white dudes in it, which is weird because there's still lots of white dudes. I don't know.
And that's another storyline that they're like, clearly, diversity. Nobody wants that movie. Nobody's going to pay to see that movie. It's going to be probably one of the biggest spectacular flops in Marvel history.
I gotta remember that clip for if it comes out and it's very successful.
And I think they're legitimately afraid to release that and see the box office numbers. What do you think below? Are you surprised by anything? Let me know in the comment section down below. I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon.
So that's what Jeremy's up to. Same bullshit as always. Grifting. Who's this? Someone sent me this channel for Chud Watch stuff. I'll save this guy for a future thing. Oops. He did a thing about Bryson.
Oh, welcome back.
Wow, he is this my computer, or does he just have really low quality?
Oh, welcome back, everybody. I'm glad you guys are joining me today. And as we are all quite aware of, there is censorship happening at all levels of culture, and it's just ramping up. We've seen what's happened here on YouTube, for example, where they have canceled this channel once before. and has suspended me multiple different times and things like that, and other content creators out
Yeah,
there.
how
we
do
know
I
about
how do I
Salty and
do the
everybody
points
else
payout?
that
Hold
this
on.
has happened to. But here we have.
It was under 5, right? I don't even know if he said woke once. I'm actually impressed. It was under 5, correct? Because I don't even remember him saying it. I figured out how to do it. I just want to verify. Yep, okay. How do I... Wait, no. I see the prediction, but how do I, like, say, like, yes, this was the correct winner of the prediction? One sec. How do I select the winner? Like, it doesn't give me the option to pick. Fuck. One sec. Let me try and figure this out. Can a mod do it? Because for some reason it's not giving me the command. I see, like, in the... I know how to do it, but my thing just is not popping up correctly. Morok says, which with bees for blood or fairy with giant tree mecha? I don't know what any of that meant. I know, I don't have the button to end, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The end submissions button is not there for me. So a mod with it would have to do it, because for some reason it is absolutely not giving me that opportunity. Thank you, Baha. Under one. Enreath says, I don't know why, but I was able to get a bunch done that I've been procrastinating on today during this stream. Well, I'm glad you could. Yeah, it just doesn't give me the button to do it at all. I don't know why. Anyway.
Bryson Gray, one of the cultural warriors out there, pushing it in within the music arena and trying to reach people through music. Well, what Spotify did, if you guys don't know what Spotify is a music app that you can download on your phone, and you have access to thousands and thousands of songs for a monthly fee. Or if you have the free version, you can watch the ads before you watch your music or listen to your music, excuse me. they've decided to go ahead and cancel one of his songs. That's right. They went
canceled. They removed it because it was transphobic and racist and all sorts of shit.
They canceled one of their songs, and this is the first time I've ever heard of them canceling any type of song on their platform.
Thank you, Halloween Town. Yeah, Baja, it did the same thing for me. It said it was already closed, and it didn't give me an option to do anything, so I don't know what the deal with that is.
I mean, it's okay to rap about sex. It's okay to rap about gang violence. It's okay to rap against for the LGBT mafia. It's
Can I be part of the LGBT mafia? I want to hang out at an Italian restaurant all day and eat meatballs while planning our hits, or whatever they call them.
It's okay to rap about...
Did I vote? If you vote, you can't claim which one. That'll do it. That'd be why I need to not vote in the future. Thank you.
Drugs and all that stuff that is degenerate to this nation. But if you want to rap about things that are positive, that can't last on here. That can't be allowed. If you want to call out the hypocrisy in your rapping of the mainstream narratives and things like that, that is also not permitted, and you must be canceled. You must be taken down. So here, what we have here from the National File says, breaking, Spotify
You didn't vote? Well, then I don't know why yours didn't go.
Censors America First MAGA Challenge rapper Bryson Gray over Safe Space song. You guys know Bryson Gray. I've had him on the show multiple different times. He's been here. He's talked about his cultural, the way he's trying to influence culture. He's talked about his support. He's talked about, or his support for America First. He's talked about his unapologetic approach as far as talking about the gospel. So this guy is, he's not afraid to speak his mind. So, says here, Bryson Gray, the America First rapper behind the famous MAGA challenge that urged supporters of President Donald Trump to rap about their support for the 45th president.
Tea with Goblin says, would the gay mafia leave severed unicorn heads in the queer phobes' beds?
In the United States, have one of his new tracks, Safe Space, a collaboration with a fellow rapper, Patriot J, censored by Spotify with little explanation as to the...
They explained it was because it was homophobic and shit. It was hate speech against the LGBT community.
To the music service's decision. Gray received Spotify's decision on Twitter this afternoon. Speaking to National File, Gray said, I've been making music for over 10 years, and I've never seen this happen. He added, I've never seen a song get banned from Spotify for no reason.
It wasn't for no reason.
It's the first. It's me first, and everyone else is next. According to the screenshots Gray provided to National File, may be available on his Twitter account, fans of his music began telling him that one of his tracks was unable to be played on Spotify.
Do you think that people like this and other right-wingers that are just absolute grifters ever get tired of just lying constantly? Like, we have no idea why Bryson's song got removed. Even if you are homophobic, surely you understand why the song got removed, even if you agree with the sentiment of the song. You're not stupid. At least I'd hope you're not. You know what I mean? It's bullshit. Pyromancer says it's probably more like the Swedish House Mafia, but somehow more colorful. I don't get that reference.
Attempted to contact Spotify to troubleshoot what initially appeared to be a technical issue. A Spotify representative repeatedly told Gray that the issue appeared to only be on his end, and the track was available on Spotify. After several emails, Gray received another response from Spotify informing him that the track had been banned from their service and refusing to elaborate further. Instead, Spotify suggested Gray contact his music distributor. When Gray attempted to contact TuneCore, his music distributor, the representative told him they don't
even know what the truth is anymore, and if they repeat the lie enough, it becomes truth. I'm not kidding. I've told stories about my shitty dad before. This is another one that happened. I was talking to him about something. I don't remember what, but he somehow what truth is came up, and I basically said to him, something isn't the truth just because a lot of people believe it. And again, he was almost incredulous that I had said that, and he said, yes it is. He's a fucking maddening person. Like, he legitimately thinks if most people believe a thing, it becomes true. Now, this is in sociological things, about, like, what is acceptable that might be true. But, like, that's not how reality works, you know? Pyromancer says, by the power of belief, the sky is now purple. We did it.
They don't give us a specific reason. It's an automated response. And that's what we see happen time and time again here on these social media platforms. We continue to see the censorship of anything that goes against the narrative, and they refuse to give you any type of explanation why. They point to their vague terms of service and their vague purposely.
By the way, he's still transphobic, though. He believes that if enough people believe a thing, it's true, but trans women, in his view, will never be women. Interesting how that works, huh?
In order to ban people they don't want on their platform. And we will continue to see this until we actually have some Republicans that have a set ready to go to Congress and actually hold the tech oligarchs to account for what they have done, for how they continue to try to censor people that go against the narrative. If anybody comes out against anything that is mainstream narrative, you must be canceled. And that's what they're doing to Bryson Gray right now. Anybody that's been on these tech platforms, and even people that don't create content, are being experienced by being shadow banned or all outright censored or put it into tech gulags. All of it is. These commies know no bounds. So we need to continue to push against these individuals and continue to make people aware that don't know about stuff like this. There's a bunch of normies out there that have no idea this is happening because the mainstream won't cover it. The mainstream will lie, and they won't tell the truth. It's up to us to continue to push the truth out there. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Of course, you guys can follow all my content. Follow me over on Odyssey. It's in the pinned comment in the comment section.
Well, this guy's a dipshit. Yeah, we can do this guy more often. Thanks for whoever submitted him.
Clavin. I love Boomer Cuck. I feel like I use Boomer Cuck too much. Is he? I think he's a boomer. He says he's been married for like 20, 30 years.
Ambiguous Samus, thanks for 12 months. Happy stream anniversary, Hannah, thanks. And Tea with Goblin says, Hannah, as a fellow child of a narcissistic asshole dad, I feel you. Mine likes to corner my partner at family gatherings and tell him he's less of a man for not coercing me into getting pregnant. Thank goodness for chosen family. Ugh. I'm sorry.
He's like 60, something like that. They're little walking contradictions, yeah. So he has a video here titled, MGTOW is wrong about marriage. You guys see that?
Oh god, is this a Daily Wire video that he's commenting on? Mix Gothy, thank you for your tier 1 subscription. 14 months, says our baby is 5 months old now. Paul Allen is doing well. Oh, hype train, 73%. I don't necessarily expect this hype train to go anywhere because we did a level 5 earlier that was already, like, really great. But thank you.
Hopefully you saw. I scrolled down so you guys see the title, yeah. MGTOW is wrong about marriage. Now, Chronic is not a MGTOW. But I'll defend him because he's going to say some stupid shit. Because people say someone said he's the smartest person they ever heard. Yeah, I don't know what gave you that impression, bro, but this guy is not very impressive. So here's a video titled MGTOW is wrong about marriage. It's from his mailbag series. First of all, look at this dude's random Bitmoji. Is that even a Bitmoji?
No, that's just some art he got made. That's not a Bitmoji. Doesn't even look like a Bitmoji.
I think it's just a cartoon. He works for Ben Shapiro. He works for a multi-million-dollar media company, and the best setup he can get is a random TV in the back, a mic off to the side, and his shitty laptop with a Daily Wire sticker on the back. And then what? He paid some graphic design artist $300 to make a little low polygon ass.
I hope he didn't spend $300 on that. My channel art looks better than that. Like, and I love my channel art. It's great, but I didn't pay $300 for it.
avatar of him, bruh. Again, look at Chronic's show. Look at the avatar Chronic's using. Look at the beautiful ads on the top right. PayPal.me/TheUndeadChronic. This dude could learn a few things. You know, maybe I should just apply for a job at InfoWars. I wouldn't do that. Okay, let's get into this video.
For those who don't know, I've covered this guy only a couple times before. He's a chud who he claims he's like a former MGTOW guy, but he's just like the worst. He's just the worst. He calls everyone cuck. He's not funny, and he thinks he is.
From Aaron, every time I leave a comment, some loser who's never had a meaningful woman in his life or apparently doesn't appreciate the one that gave birth to him chimes in with some kind of inverse feminist evil that states all women are vile leeches who give nothing to earth and leech off men. This is a...
What a loaded question. Let's listen to this cuckboy again.
Every time I leave a comment, some loser...
Loser. First argument. Shame. MGTOW, do you feel like losers? How about I call this guy a bald blonde bitch? Huh? Is that gonna make things better? Do you feel like that's an argument? Every time I go on the internet and go to the Daily Wire, I see some bald bitch talk.
You literally call everyone a cuck. It's like the only thing you do.
Talk about MGTOW bad.
who's never had a meaningful woman in his life or apparently doesn't appreciate the one that gave birth to him chimes in with some kind of inverse feminist evil that states all women are vile leeches who give nothing to earth and leech off men. This is a movement, right?
Level 1 complete.
Is there a MGTOW comment that says that? Now, I will say there are some...
Oh, I missed one. I'm sorry. I fight for them. Thank you for donating $10, says From the Jeep State. Thank you.
We do have some pretty wild-ass dudes out here in the MGTOW community. But I really don't think the average MGTOW comment is saying that every woman is a vile leech that adds nothing to the world.
The ones I've read basically do all say that, with a mix of them saying they should be able to assault women. So yeah, that's pretty common.
I think it's more along the lines of, we can't trust any woman with marriage because the divorce courts are stacked against us. We can't trust women with a ring because they get paid to break the contract. Right? I think that's 100% why.
Again, you're basically portraying all women as opportunistic, like whores who are going to fuck you over the second they can for monetary gain. You're doing the thing that the thing is talking about, and you don't realize it, which is kind of sad.
Let's continue.
I'm being told that it's called MGTOW, men going their own way, in which men say that marriage has now become a one-way street. Basically, women get everything out of it, and so they're not going to do it.
That's right. Marriage only benefits the woman. Let me think of a benefit men get from marriage.
Being with someone you love? I don't... What?
Thank you. It will get the woman to shut up about trying to get him to marry her.
Oh, this guy's bad.
That's about it. See, if a woman really loves you, here's the thing about love. Women will say love's a feeling. I feel loved. I feel like I love you. And then they go, I fell out of love with you. Love isn't a feeling. It's an action. It's a commitment.
It can be all of the above. It can be all of those things. They're not mutually exclusive. Love is absolutely a feeling. Jesus Christ.
It is a commitment to put someone...
This guy got dumped and he's bitter. Yeah, a lot of these people come off as incredibly, incredibly bitter misanthropes who are just mad that, like, they're probably abusive or something, or just awful partners, and they can't get over that no one wants to be with them. It's really sad.
Else's needs and needs well-being above your own. That's how most men will love.
Princess Amelia, thanks for gifting 5 subs to the community.
So when a woman says, if you love me, you'll marry me, the man might think, oh, she loves me like I love her. She wants my best interests at heart and everything. 10 years down the line, I don't feel loved anymore. I fell out of love with you.
If that happens, then something happened in the marriage. That doesn't happen for no reason, typically. 36% to level 3.
You. I love you, but I'm not in love with you. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? It means that she never really put you above herself.
Oh no. There's a lot to unpack in that statement. Oh boy. Okay. Get marriage counseling. This guy needs like a psyche eval. Why won't my waifu be subservient to me? Princess Amelia says, so this guy is a former MGTOW? Press X to doubt. Yeah, I think he's probably just embarrassed to be called a MGTOW, even though he's espousing literal MGTOW talking points.
Now here's a really insidious thing. If you have kids with a woman and she divorces you, she is putting her needs, her wants, her want to get your money, her want to ride other dudes' schlongs.
Can he seriously not imagine a situation where, like, a marriage starts and then the couple grows apart? Or, here's a good example. My parents, who are still together, though they shouldn't be, is this a weed zombie? It is a weed zombie, yes. His name is, Undead Chronic. He's really bad. So, for an example, my parents are in a codependent, abusive, alcoholic relationship. They're both alcoholics. How do I put this? My dad abuses her and has for a very long time, not physically, mind you, but just like when he gets drunk, especially calling her names, being awful, telling her that she's like worthless and that like if she wants to leave, then she should because she can't do anything and she won't get it, you know. There's some financial abuse going on as well. Lots of bullshit. Like, that's a situation that happens. I've experienced it firsthand. They should get divorced, but they don't. But in a situation like that, does this guy, would he not understand why divorce would be a good option? H-Baird with 100 bits says, fun fact, when I first heard of MGTOW, I wondered why people were suddenly concerned about maximum gross takeoff weight.
She's putting the need to fuck other men above the needs of your children.
Can you seriously not imagine just not wanting to be with the person you're with? It's not about going and fucking other dudes. It's about the fact that she doesn't want to be with her husband anymore.
Because in every situation, a divorce hurts the kids the most. Growing up without a father destroys your chances at a lot of things. It messes up.
Baja says, isn't your dad's house actually owned by your mom's parents? He should get kicked the fuck out. No, the house I think is in both my parents' names. The loan that my grandparents gave him, which was about $20,000 back in the early 2000s, which he hasn't paid a penny of apparently, was just like a contract that they wrote amongst themselves. It wasn't like I don't think they can put a lien on the house or anything. I don't know though. But no, the house is on both my parents' names.
A lot of things. But a woman's want and urge to get bad boy dick overrides that. So when you say, men don't gain anything from marriage, it's true. Because at any point, a woman can walk away and take everything.
And we talked about this with Liz Wheeler, and her answer was,
it should still be legally binding. It might be. It's just a whole fucked up situation. I don't talk to either of them anymore. It's none of my business.
As Milton might have said, her answer was of a higher strain. I'll get back to that in just a minute, what Liz said. This guy says, it's absolute trash. His name is Aaron. He says, it's absolute trash from Satan, and I'm tired of arguing with people in the comments. Please dissuade them of their delusions. Thank you, Master Klavan, Speaker of Klavan over the House of Klavan, upon which all Klavanites depend for guidance and for wisdom.
Ain't that funny? A full-grown man calling MGTOW philosophy from the devil and then says,
sucks for my grandparents. Yeah, I mean, it sucks on a moral level, but they have plenty of money. Like, they're not hurting for that money, I assure you. Like, my grandparents have a house here, and they have a house in Florida, and they just go back and forth depending on the time of the year. They have plenty of money. They're not hurting, I assure you. I don't even Honestly, if I knew the amount of money my grandparents had, it would probably shock me. I don't want to know. They've done fine.
Thank you, Master Clavin. From the teacher, the preacher of the House of Clavin. Again, this dude isn't a legit Christian. He doesn't even hold the most basic.
Hold on, I gotta see what their home value is. I'm just curious, like roughly. I'm obviously not gonna put it on screen because I don't want you to see their address. I want to see if there's like a Zillow estimate for their house. That's incorrect. Is this the correct one? There we go. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh god, I don't even know what they bought the house for. It's pretty good.
Needs the most basic requirements for marriage. He doesn't. He would probably be okay with non-virgin women getting married. Yet he thinks these dudes out here say
Can you guess? I suppose. I'm not going to tell you, though. More than $1? It is more than $1.
They don't want to deal with females. It's just, oh, okay.
At least $3? Also true.
Actually, you know what?
I feel like my family's fight over their house is going to be ridiculous after they pass away. This is just getting personal, but we're at the near the end of the stream anyway, so whatever. But I have different family members who are in very different financial situations. So for instance, my aunt lives at my grandparents' house. I think she's in her 50s, and she lives with her parents. She's struggled a lot in her life. I'm not denigrating her for that. It's something that she, I guess, needs to do, and that's fine. So she lives at that house, like, permanently with them. And she's broke. She is utterly broke, to my knowledge. My mom, who I'm pretty sure was hoping to use that house as an escape hatch to finally get away from my dad, because if she was financially independent and didn't have to work, because she definitely doesn't want to work, she would leave and she would go live at that house. And then my other aunt, who lives in Florida and is a successful psychiatrist. She's a successful psychiatrist, married to someone who was relatively high up in the military. They do fine for themselves. They're quite well off. And they were actually planning, right before COVID, of opening a restaurant, but as just like a side thing. They're that kind of rich where they just can open restaurants as like a side money-making thing. Which, if you're going to open a business, I feel like a restaurant's a bad one if you just want to make money. But whatever. Anyway, the point is, varying motivations and financial situations in my family that are going to impact when my grandparents die and people sort of all struggle for what they're going to... And in fairness, they do have a will, but as far as I understand, the will is... They're going to split the house 3 ways between my mom and her sisters. And they're all going to want to do different things with it. So they're going to probably have to sell the house, which is a shame because it's a really nice house. It would be cool to keep it in the family. But no one's going to be able to agree about who gets it. So a house that they've owned since... they've owned that house for like 60 years or something. Wolf Butler says, just wanted to let you know I mentioned your channel to Schrodinger's cat along with Artie and other watchdog channels, recommending you to them. I'm hoping that they'll be in contact with you. Okay, cool, thanks.
There's a reason Baldy here chose to read that comment, and it's because he agrees with it. So I can probably attack him on the merits of that comment because, look, he's laughing, he's enjoying it. His little crooked nose. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Let's see what he has to say.
Okay, last week I asked Liz Wheeler, I said,
Liz Wheeler was the blonde, snake-eyed, thousand schlong stared chick that I roasted in another video.
I got married, and in getting married, I, made a commitment that meant not having other things, but I also got a home. I got someone to take care of me. I got someone who's going to raise my children full time.
So by marrying, you get a home? What do you mean by that?
He's saying that even though he may have owned a house, he's saying it became a home when his family moved in.
A home. You can buy a house without a ring. He says he got someone who...
He's making a differentiation between a house and a home, you idiot. Brew Mastercraft, thanks for following.
To raise your children. Again, you don't need to get married to get that. I can have 8 kids from 8 surrogates, or I could just take a trip to Thailand and cream 8 bitches and then hire a couple au pairs, some European chicks, 2 or 3 of them, to take care of my brood. And then I have a home, I have children. And you know what? I would guarantee you 2 to 3 of those au pairs between the age of 20 and 24 would probably fall in love with me and want to give me some more children.
This guy's channel is a little sad. It's also gross, I agree, but like, this level of this is not healthy and is not indicative of someone who was doing okay.
So, you're not giving me a reason that marriage is unique. We live in 2021. We live in an age where you let women make decisions and you let women decide who to have sex with before marriage.
What does that mean, let? Your opposing offer would be what? Totalitarian lockdown on women's agency? Fucking idiot.
And therefore, the American Western form of marriage is null and void.
I got a feminine influence in my life, and a lot of guys feel that they don't get this. Why should a guy get married?
Oh, I can totally tell you have a lot of feminine influence in your life, bruh. I can smell the feminine influence coming off of you from the screen. Kind of smells like an old fish market.
Oh, this guy is so fucking sad. Oh no. Look, man, if you don't want to get married, don't get married. It's fine.
All he's going to get is a second income that he wouldn't need if he were alone. And she talked about this in Catholic terms of being a marriage, a taste of the experience of God's love for the church, which is of a high strain. And I actually agree with her that that is included in marriage, but it's not really the physical.
This is a dude who wanted to date 16 to 14-year-olds. I don't remember that. Did we watch that video?
Rewards that we were talking about before. I mean,
oh yeah, he's a ban-evader. This is his 14th channel based on the name.
You can have sex without getting married. You can have female company without getting married. What do you get for being married? And a lot of...
All you get are risks. If you marry okay, here's the thing. I know this guy defends Western marriage.
Sky Comet Fallen says, fellas, is it gay to like women?
I know this guy defends Western women. Both of those are indefensible in the current state of things. You can't defend them. So what do you get when you marry a Western woman? You get liabilities. You get the chance to have the police, Mr. Conservative, Mr. Small Government over here is pushing for an institution that gives women the power to send a militarized police division into your house in the middle of the night and beat the shit out of you. We have examples.
What?
I have a video on my channel about a guy from Denver who had 8 FBI agents break into his house, wake him up with a flashbang, and then break 4 of his ribs because his ex-wife said he robbed a bank.
Okay, but anyone could theoretically do that to anyone. You understand that, right? Marriage has no factor in this scenario. Anyone could do that to anyone at any time. Effectiveness may vary, and don't do that shit. That's fucked up.
So...
That's true. As we all know, in order to swat someone, you have to be married to them first.
No. Women are the how should I say it? Women are the, the spot callers. Like, you guys play a zombie game, there's a screamer or a witch, and they go, "Eeeh," and it calls the zombie hordes. That's what women do, but with blue pill pigs, with cops, with little bitches who say they think they're a big man with a police badge on. Oh, he attacked me. He slapped me. He raped me. Instantaneously, 500 blue pill cops. Yes, milady. Let me just put 20 warning shots in the back of his head.
Okay, this is Chud Logic talking in about the course of watching the video, some of the people that were watching ended up taking a little trip. I have more subscribers on YouTube than Chud Over to his Logic? YouTube channel. That's surprising. And reporting him.
It's good to be back.
Is this the one where he
make new content
with the 14-year-old? Good luck. Next time, just I know that you've got a lot on between your dank nugs. God, that's. I don't have time to filter through that whole thing.
A lot of guys feel that because of feminism, they're not getting anything, and they're just being used as a cash cow, essentially, and they feel hard done by.
Tea with Goblin says, I'm a former sex worker. I met men like this on a regular basis. They hate women but are obsessed with them. They were the worst and most entitled customers, but they had money to spend, and they just kept coming back because no women would have them. They were sad, lonely men, but I never felt bad about taking their money. Wow, I hope you stayed safe out there, because I would not feel safe being around people like this. One-on-one, much less in a vulnerable situation like sex work.
And my answer to this is that I think that you're confusing feminists with women.
There it is.
It's interesting that I'm watching two people I disagree with, but for different reasons.
There it is. The absolute denial of fucking reality. I think you're confusing feminists with females. Excuse me, bald bitch boy. Can you point to me one female Fox News anchor that says women shouldn't vote? Can you?
Oh, we're going back to first wave. Okay, cool. Great.
How about you get Emily Woods back on and say, hey, Miss Woods, have you ever participated in an American election? Do you believe in democracy? I guarantee you, these blue pill simps are dripping at the lips at the ability to promote female suffrage. I'm not even making an argument against female suffrage. I am using their own fucking standards. Hey, Mr. Clavin, do you think men should be equal to women? He'll sit up right straight like a little dog. Yes, I do. Please give me some pussy, wife, please. You're a feminist. Your entire crew are feminists. Ben Shapiro's a feminist. He gets walked into his office on a leash by his wife. His wife walks him in. Hey, look at my little Jew dog. I'm a doctor. And Ben Shapiro's just like, I'm so successful. I married a doctor. Disgusting. Y'all, you don't even deserve to lick the zinc up at the floor after a chronic porn shoot. You don't even touch it. No. I want the cucks that get that need to be a bit higher quality.
How many houses away do you think you can smell this guy's house from? With the mix of BO, piss bottles, and definitely an ever-lingering cloud of just the worst, cheapest dirt weed. Just curious.
You know what, let me just say this again. You're confusing feminists with women. I can't believe this guy.
That I think that you're confusing feminists with women.
Let me make my point abundantly clear, Mr. Baldy. Virtually 100%.
Mr. Baldy, got him. Called him bald. We did it.
Of women are feminists. 100%.
Caitlin Bennett, renowned feminist.
If you ask 10 women and you say, should a woman be allowed to divorce her husband? They'll all say yes. You ask 10 women, should a woman be allowed to enter the workforce? They all say yes. You ask 10 women, should you be allowed to vote? They all say yes. Why are you letting The left say feminists are only fat piglets. Okay, there's different strands of feminists.
The left says what now? What the fuck?
Just because Chronic and the boys are holding the shield wall, repelling thousands of pounds of lard, spearing the piggies as they come across the line, that's not the only strain of feminists.
The Under 92 says, as someone who regularly struggles with self-hate and feelings of worthlessness, knowing that this guy, exists makes me hate myself a little less, so at least I can take something positive from this. I suppose so.
You think that every feminist is a 800...
His definition of feminism is like, should women have any rights? Feminist. Yeah, very weird.
pound land whale with purple hair? No. The 120-pound blonde girl who's 5'4" with nice C cups, who joined a sorority in college and then gets reamed out by every frat guy in the state. She's a feminist. Absolutely. Oh no, she went to Catholic church and she's born again. And her hymen magically regenerated in the confession booth. Bullshit. After one schlong, a female is 50% after one schlong, it's a 50% chance a female will divorce.
What? This guy's like the worst person I've ever covered. Chrysia says that's not how anything works. And Sky Comet Fallen says, you think women shouldn't be chained to a fence and used for milk? Ha! Feminist. Link to the video. Here is a link to the video, friendos. Do what you will. Hall of Shame, probably. We gotta find a good screenshot. Maybe just his whole channel is in the Hall of Shame. Like, we'll just get an image of his little rant sona or something.
80% chance they initiate it, then it's a 40% chance that she'll divorce you, and a 10% chance you get so sick of the bitch, you ask her for a divorce.
What are where are these numbers coming from? From his fucking zombified ass? Bellum Guardian says, gee, I wonder why he's been banned 14 times. And Innsmouth Swim Team says, Hannah, I think this one might be a contender for your Hall of Shame. I agree. What's this guy's name? We'll find a picture for the Hall of Shame thing. Undead Chronic. Undead Chronic. I'm going to turn this off for a second. Oh no!
Hey guys, this is Jerry. So I went to a Korean hair salon yesterday, and you will come to different conclusions, especially if you think about it a lot. That probably doesn't ask me that question. I can give you some of my perspective.
One second. I gotta change the text on that one. Okay, let's add... Chrysia says, why do all the worst people have no idea what a hymen actually is? And Sky Comet Fallen says, so what are the statistics on divorce for women that have a schlong? That's good. E-Tune says, I can't believe we found someone worse than Bass. I know. It's bad. Let me add some text. Yep, just this whole channel goes here. Lovely. An ironic video you just found of him? How not to be an incel in 150 days? Oh god.
That's dark, but yeah,
Oh,
possibly.
that's the wrong one.
Of course.
Which is not to say that feminists are not women. It is to say that women are not necessarily feminists.
Again, you cannot bring one female. I challenge you. Everybody go to this video. It's MGTOW is wrong about marriage. Type in MGTOW is wrong about marriage in the tab and just challenge him. Say, bring on the Chronicon. you know, I don't want to be on this guy's show. Just tell him, hey, can you bring on one female who says that women shouldn't vote? Because I don't believe you know any
Caitlin Bennett
women that aren't feminists. I really don't. I've met one woman before who said that women shouldn't vote, and I was schlonging her down for a couple years and convinced her. So even then, did she really believe that? No, she's just submitting to me.
Life is not Twitter. Life is not Facebook. Life is life. Life is something that happens between people in a room together, presently in 3 dimensions.
Yeah, guess what? Boomer cuck. Guess what? Trad cuck. Well, you know where life happens? Life happens in the family courts. Life happens in the kitchen when your wife is physically abusing you. Life happens when she calls the cops and they come to your house and kick you out of your own house. Life happens in the courts when men get abused. Life happens there. And men are talking to each other on Facebook, YouTube, and social media sites, and it's making little conservative cucks like you with your bent nose all bent up. This dude's getting more out of shape than his fucking nose. Imagine that.
And so a lot of these guys, I think, are living too much on the comment sections and not living enough in life. One of the things that...
you spend too much time online. That's hilarious coming from a host from the Daily Wire.
I imagine this guy goes home, though, and he acts like a normal person. I also, do this for a living. I do the online thing. And honestly, I spend too much time on the internet. I would agree with that. But I also have a life outside of that shit. You know? So maybe be a normal person for 5 seconds.
Don't you spend... It's like me saying, man, you're concerned about all these communists. You're concerned about all these SJWs. You're concerned about all these Democrats. Bro, you spend too much time on Facebook. Real life isn't Facebook, okay? Real life isn't YouTube. Real life isn't Twitter. You spend too much time on Twitter, bruh. Leftists aren't that much of a problem.
I agree.
This dude would get so angry, his little bald head would turn to a cherry.
That can happen.
I think he shaves his head. I don't know if he's actually bald. Is he trying to be anti-Semitic? Maybe. I don't know if this guy is Jewish. But it wouldn't surprise me if it's anti-Semitism.
In a life is you can tell...
He was already anti-Semitic towards Ben Shapiro earlier, so...
people what it is you're looking for, what it is you want. You can even do this online with some of the matching things and some of the matching websites. And,
Can you imagine a red pill dating profile? I'm looking for a woman who's a virgin, who doesn't want women to vote, who wants to give me 8 kids and be submissive. You wouldn't get a single... Actually, let me think here. I mean, women would swipe right on you. You get matches, but none of them would be virgins. They'd be like, I'm not a virgin, but... Or you get all the hate. Or you just get banned. And he's saying, you can find non-feminist women on dating apps. Wait, let's check this out. Prolific Christian Andrew Clavin says you can find a virtuous woman on dating apps. Is this dude for real? Is this guy for real?
There are people out there, as the old saying goes, there's a boy for every girl in the world and a girl for every boy. If what you are saying is women are what feminists portray them as, then I think you're being very foolish. I think that is foolishness.
If you think women are as feminists portray them, it's foolish. Bruh, we're looking at stats. I'm looking at marriage rates. I'm looking at marriage stats. I'm looking at the early age of onset of when a woman loses her virginity. I'm looking at the outcomes of single parents. I'm looking at family court decisions. I'm listening to men tell me their stories about them getting raped in the family courts. You think red pill men listen to feminists? Wait up, bro. Hold on. You think Undead Chronic listens to women? Oh, you're listening to feminists too much.
Fake laughter bothers me so much. Maybe it's because I laugh very easily at things. So I laugh a lot, so it kind of annoys me when people do a fake laugh. It's just very obvious to me, but like, yeah.
Oh, big boomer bitch. You haven't listened at all, have you? You haven't watched a singular red pill video. You haven't seen a single MGTOW video. I ought to get Hammerhand MGTOW up, because, you know, he's down. He's already showed his face. I ought to get Hammerhand, our monk, go have a bald off. You know what you can do? Let's get Hammerhand and this guy together, and they could, like, you know, like rhinos, like, get their bald heads ready to you know, to run into each other. Like, you know, they're like, you know, like, they're like revving up their legs, they're on all fours, ready to do a headbutt competition. Last second, Hammerhand like jukes out of the way, and this baldy runs off stage and hits Ben Shapiro in the back of the knee. He goes, ah! Oh my goodness.
Good night, Will.
You guys are listening to women too much. Oh my god. Oh, that's like telling the KKK they're listening to black people too much, bro. It's like, you think that red pill you think that the group of people who are notorious for being called misogynists for not listening to women, you're saying they listen to women too much. I can't believe this man. This man's a joker. This guy, bro, you need to get a show on Comedy Central because you are a comedian.
Most women are, like I said, they're looking for something that could be very much like what you're looking for.
What? Most women are want to be virgins for marriage and give a lot of kids and be submissive? No.
I mean, people who want to be trad wives do exist. Billy SC137, thanks for subscribing. 6 months, 4 month streak. Thank you.
Not submissive, subservient.
Yeah, he's comparing MGTOW to KKK, which I find a little accidentally revealing.
The woman you bring on to be an example of a righteous Christian woman isn't subservient to her husband. And you're telling me that a lot of women are looking for what I'm looking for. No, they're not. They're looking to be degenerates. And you can say most men are too.
I'm going to start skipping ahead because I would like this. We've been going for 4.5 hours almost.
Whatever. I'm not most men. I'm green. But he's like, most women are looking for what you're looking for. Really? Then why are half of marriages ending in divorce?
That's actually a good question. Most divorces from that statistic are actually either people who got married very young, so more likely to be virgins, actually. It typically happens in religious communities where you're expected to get married at like 18, 19, 20, 21. At that point, you're too young to know what you're going to be like as an adult. Like, I'm sure there are people who do get married at like 18 and they stay married their whole lives. That's great. But often in those cases, you know, people grow apart, they figure out they're not compatible as adults, whatever. And the other big factor in the high divorce rate is the fact that there are some people who will not just get divorced once, but they'll get married twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. And those, like, super divorcers crank up the statistic a lot and make the average seem higher than it actually is. If you look at marriages that start in late 20s, early 30s, or later, most of those stay together. The statistics are very misleading if you don't actually look at the breakdown.
Do you think men are looking to get divorced from their wives? No. Over 80% of divorces are initiated by women. You see, I'm using 2 stats. All I got to use is over half of marriages end in divorce. Over 80.
Yep. A third of first marriages end in divorce. The Liz Taylors of the world skew the statistics. Yeah.
80% of divorces are pursued by the woman, and the third one is when a woman goes from 0 schlongs to 1 schlong, her chances of divorce go from like 20% to like 53%.
What is that statistic from? I'd love to see the schlonging statistic. Chaotic Star Whale says, if you're looking for people to raid when you're done, the streamer Willow is really cool. She talks about trans stuff. Is it just Willow, or is there anything else in the name?
Those 3 statistics are like the trifecta of slapping cucks on the internet. They can't fight it. They can't.
And maybe it's if you're going out with people who are shallow, who are greedy, you know, that may be on you. I mean, I think it's a little bit juvenile.
Can you imagine this guy treating women the way he treats men? He just said, if you're going out with a bunch of girls who are selfish and gold diggers, I think that's on you. Okay. Can you imagine him saying this? Women, if you're going out with a man that beats you, with a man that abuses you, with a man that grapes you, that's kind of on you.
Yes, these things are equivalent, clearly.
He would never. No, these are men with experiences with women, the divorce courts. What about the men who've been falsely accused of grape?
I'll add one more thing, because I've noticed this with guys who are younger than I am. I grew up.
What, is that literally every other dude? Coming out here looking like Pharaoh Ramses. Dug him up. Stole this dude out of the British Museum. Regenerated some stem cells. Come out. To beat you and force you into submission. He's saying you should still get married even though women can do this to you. Like I'm talking to the wrong female right now.
They are angry.
Like I'm talking to the wrong female right now.
They are angry. They get angry, and I see a
wall with my boys.
Okay, that's enough of that guy. That was bad. I'm sorry. He's legit awful. Tea with Goblin says he uses the term schlong a lot. Usually MGTOW types use the phrase cock carousel, which I find so much more macabre and whimsical. Just a charming old-timey merry-go-round full of dismembered dick. Nice. Okay, let's do the raid. Have a good night, everyone. I'm tired. I'll be back tomorrow for Tinfoil Tuesday around 4 o'clock, so come hang out and watch Conspiracy Theories. We'll probably cover the John McAfee thing that the Q people are into now. I don't know. It'll be a whole thing. Intimate Swim Team with 300 bits says, that was horrible, but we survived. Thanks for the bits. Have a good night, everyone. You're all valid and wonderful and beautiful people. See you next time.
Well,